entrepreneurship. Deployment is spread in sectoral organizations, the public service sector, namely constitutional commissions and independent offices, ministries and state departments, statutory commissions and agencies, and state corporations. I'm sure a number of CEOs are also with us from the state corporations. So it is our expectation that all of you here will take the seriousness in this house, in this interaction, and pay attention to all our speakers. I earlier on mentioned the expectations that we shall ensure time management, and we request all the session chairs to ensure adherence to that. We all have to put on our microphone on mute mode during the entire session so that we avoid interjections during the presentation. We will have a session of question and answer session after all the sessions have been done. That's around 1 o'clock, and I want to appeal for all the presenters to kindly stay with us. I know it's but we'll try to make it short so that they're able to tackle any question. The interns are requested to put any questions they have. You write them down, and then you ask towards the end. You also manage your phone, put it on silent mode so that you're able to pay attention. And also, we would like you to take notes when you report to your news station. We will ask you what you are taught. People might put on their phones and go and mute their cameras. Everybody to be on board throughout the session. Meantime, you already started the checklist of your performance. So basically, Madam Vice Chair, who is our chief guest, that is those are my remarks. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Simon, which is the CEO of Public Service Commission. So as per our program, it's now my pleasure to welcome Commissioner Dr. Mweli Mwandi, who is overseeing the internship program in the entire MDS, and we have ensured that this program runs smoothly. We really want to appreciate her for the effort they have put in ensuring that everybody is on board. Exercise that we did in terms of interviewing and selecting was done professionally. So we sincerely appreciate you, Madam Mweli. And therefore, it's my privilege to welcome you, to take us on board in terms of objectives and of the induction program. Welcome, Commissioner Dr. Mwandi.
Thank you, CEO. The chairman of the session, who is also our vice chair, Madam Charity Kisoto, our fellow commissioners, the CEO, our distinguished partners, particularly the ABSA, which was formerly Bureaucracy of Kenya, the International Youth Fellowship team, Secretary Youth Affairs, Mr. Remoto Chieng, fellow public servants present, particularly the directors of human resource in various MPAs, our very esteemed graduate interns, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all in this induction webinar. I thank you very much for joining us and being part of this great event. As you're aware, we would have had this induction in a bigger way, like the CR said, 3 days. But because of COVID-19, we are restricted in terms of time and venues, and therefore we shall have to do with what we have. Indeed, this is our new normal, and like all many historical episodes, COVID-19 will also come to pass, and we shall return, maybe in another way, in our normal lives. I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate you, our interns, for qualifying to join this program. You are among the very lucky few who have made it to the very final list. I know you have already reported in your various stations, and I want to wish you very well. As you're aware, you are the third cohort of the internship program since we began in 2019. You are the youth of this great country, and you are indeed the asset and the strength that this country needs so badly. You've been given an opportunity as interns in the various government ministries and all other public institutions, and because you're that lucky, grab it and give your best to yourself and to your motherland, Kenya. It's a chance of a lifetime. The Commission extends to you a very warm welcome to the public service. In this session, you'll learn and be acquainted with the service requirements so that you can settle in easily in your various ministries and organizations, as well as understand better our expectations of you. Indeed, you are called upon to be a valuable team member in your respective institution of internship. The Public Service Internship Program is a structured and purpose-built program which is aimed at providing work experience and exposure to you, our dear interns, for a period of 1 year. It is a practical and hands-on involvement meant to develop and prepare the interns for the respective professional engagement in the labor market. It is, therefore, deliberately directed at the young graduates like yourselves who are not employed or who are not taken up in an internship program in the public sector in the past. Yes, we have several objectives for this program, and I'll just give you a few. Among them is the program is supposed to enhance the youth employability by creating clear linkages between education, training, and work. I'm sure you all know at the universities and colleges we all went to, nobody told us how to get a job. We got the education. This internship gives you that chance to be 1 mile ahead of those who perhaps will not have this chance. It's also to provide hands-on experience based on skills learned in the universities and colleges. The internship program also is well structured to develop a culture of good habits, professionalism, positive work habits, and attitudes. As you proceed in the internship program, we are going to inculcate ethics, values, and principles of good governance, which are desired by Kenyan people as captured in the Constitution. You're going to familiarize yourselves with workplace etiquette, people, and work environment. Some of us left the university not knowing how even to do many things, including dressing. Part of the training we are going to learn quickly. You're going to be told, sometimes change the shirt or change that blouse is not good for the work you're doing. Anyway, so we also need to provide a great, the internship program provides a great opportunity to interact and network. Some of the network you build now may last your lifetime. If I were you, is strengthen that network and keep it. Internship program affords you a new avenue of network with the world outside the university and the homes and villages we all come from. If I was to put it in another way, I would call it an eye-opener. This chance you have now will take you beyond your wildest dreams. And now that you have been selected to join the internship program, you have effectively become a public servant and therefore bound by certain obligations and commitments. I urge all of you to choose to be good people and to observe all the guidelines and directions from your supervisors. And more importantly, observe all the health protocols to avoid getting sick of this never-leaving COVID-19. You are alive now and always. As I finish, I want to make a very passionate appeal to you, the interns. Choose to be first in everything. First, I'll break it into 5 elements. Choose to focus and be ready to learn. The skills you learn in the next 12 months will benefit you for a long time. I dare say, stay focused. Choose to take initiative. Soon, you'll discover some scenarios they do not have textbook answers. You employ your intuition and initiative to navigate the waters and provide workable strategies and solutions to all challenges that you face. Choose to be resilient. As you work and go to work every day, and in these institutions, you're going to face challenges, sometimes very challenging moments in the workplace. To call for your undivided commitment. Choose to sustain your momentum. Work hard. Sometimes people say work smart and be part of the solution. And in a short while, this will pay off. Choose to be part of a team. People say be a team player. The team that wins. Teamwork is the secret of success. You cannot do it alone. Nobody has a monopoly of knowledge and skills. Value your colleagues, your workmates, and your superiors. You know what? Together, as a team, you are part of a solution for all the challenges facing the service and indeed facing the Kenyan people. Whatever assignment you are given, take it seriously. Do it well. That your supervisors will want to call us again and say, we want to retain this intern because the intern is so good. I want you to be that very good intern. I know you can. Prove it to us. Your future career as a public servant are just begun. Ride well and with dignity. Once again, congratulations, our dear interns. I wish you a very successful and exciting 1 year as an intern in the public service. Hongera sana. God bless you very much. And just know you are part of this, our great team of public servants. Having done my official part, I want to now welcome and invite the vice chairperson who is also chairing the session, Charity Kisotu, who is also our guest speaker or guest of honor. Are you guest of honor? Guest of honor today to officially open the induction session. I thank you very much and God bless you. Welcome, Madam.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Dr. Mary Muyandi, for those very, very inspiring remarks. Now, CSC Commissioner, CEO, our partner, ABSA Group, and the International Youth Fellowship, the Secretary, Youth Affairs, Mr. Raymond Ochieng, our dear graduate interns, fellow public servants, our distinguished guests, and facilitators, including Reverend Okso Park. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am pleased this morning to welcome you all to this induction webinar for the third cohort of interns under the Public Service Internship Program. Congratulations to all the interns for qualifying to be part of this group, going through a very competitive and rigorous recruitment process. As you may be aware, the general objective, which has been articulated very, very well by my colleague, Commissioner Mary Muyandi, of the program is to provide an opportunity for the unemployed young graduates to gain the prerequisite skills, competencies, and practical experiences necessary for the job market and entrepreneurship. It is one of the Public Service Commission's flagship program under the current strategic plan 2019-2024 and is part of the government's wider strategy to mitigate youth unemployment by providing the work experience that prospective employers always demand. The requirement for work experience by employers is currently the biggest challenge for job seekers, especially fresh graduates. Hence, the need for you to take full advantage of this rare opportunity. Further, this program is expected to inject renewed energy into the public service by transforming service delivery through fresh ideas, innovation, and technology. Government hopes to achieve enhanced capacity of human resources to reduce overall employee workload, provide opportunity to screen and evaluate future employees for quality talent, and create a ready pool of talent. The program will also provide opportunity for government to foster relations with citizens through mentorship and training, opportunity for renewal of the public service through youth inclusion, and opportunity for government to gain a better understanding of the needs of the youth and the skills gaps, and also engage training institutions. The desired outcome of PSIP is the transformation of the interns into resourceful and professional workers in the public and private sector, and more importantly, enhance public service delivery. Through the program, the government hopes to inculcate and deepen the culture of professionalism, positive work ethics, values and principles in the public service that is necessary for effective and efficient public service delivery. It will also provide an opportunity for the interns to network and interact with stakeholders from different professions and work backgrounds, revamp and deepen streamlined internship in the public service in line with the government agenda on youth empowerment, and inculcate discipline, morals, and public service values and ethics. Ladies and gentlemen, Serving in the public service is a high calling that requires personal commitment, integrity, honesty, and professionalism, not being bossy over the citizens. As interns, you must therefore have the right mindset, be patriotic, be ready to continuously learn, observe values, and protect the resources under your care. You will all be required to adhere to the work ethics that are necessary for upholding the integrity of the public service. I am confident that after 12 months of the PSIP program, you will be adequately prepared to either work with the government in future or be marketable for the private sector. The skills that you will gain through this internship program will prepare you for the world of work and the attendant pressures of an ever-evolving work environment. At your tender age, dear intern, you are sufficiently energetic and techno-savvy to be able to tap into opportunities of the global village where the world has become. However, key factors that will determine your success or failure will be your attitude, your determination, and the extent to which you will leverage technology. We look forward to a mutually beneficial relationship in which you will contribute to, and at the same time gain from the respective organizations of your deployment. I urge you to focus and learn from the many good role models among public servants, because this country is banking on you to transform the public service for prosperity and posterity. I also wish to call upon all MDAs and state corporations in which the interns have been deployed to develop and ensure a robust mentorship program and a work plan for these young Kenyans. Ladies and gentlemen, in the inaugural year of implementing the public service internship program, we recruited and deployed 5,500 interns in 2 cohorts of 3,100 and 2,400 respectively, courtesy of government of 1.1 billion. We are grateful to the National Assembly for their role in allocating these resources to support the rollout of this program. This financial year, the funding reduced to 374 million. In effect, reduced our recruitment absorption to 2,434 interns and witnessed a demand of 9,000 by various MBAs. The 2,434 interns account for only 7.4%. The 32,425 that applied, the 2,434 interns that were absorbed this year account only 7.4% of the 32,425 that had applied. Compared to last financial year, this reflects a reducing trend from 16.7% that was in first cohort and 10.4% in second cohort. It is my appeal and hope that Parliament will relook into the budgetary requirements of the program and consider enhancing its allocation to cater for the larger number of our youth that are seeking to benefit from this opportunity. Going forward, the Commission will endeavor to expand the program through enhancing the public-private partnership arrangement and continuous monitoring and evaluation. With these few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again congratulate you all our dear interns and wish you fruitful engagement during your internship and also during this induction program. It is now my pleasure and duty to declare this induction session officially open. God bless you and thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, GPS, for the remarks you made and the way forward. So thank you very much in terms of officially opening. We now are embarking on the main program of presentations that I mentioned. Please follow the ground rules we had mentioned earlier in terms of ensuring your phone is on mute and also on silent mode, and also take notes so that we ask the questions later on. We are apologizing to a number of us who are locked out because the WebEx, I think, has locked out quite a number of people, but our team is working overtime to ensure that everybody is on board. Apologies for that. We had also our commissioners who had not introduced themselves, Commissioner Wamoto, Commissioner Ambassador Salma, Andrew Duke and Jason Abuti. At some point, I hope we will be able to link up with them. So thank you very much. We want to appoint our timekeeper because, as we said, we need to keep time. So Brown Kurswa, our head of communication, will be the timekeeper for the entire session so that he notifies us. Madam Vice Chair, again, may I call upon you? We have our other guests who are presenting today, and we are privileged to have, I think I should not mention because it's going to be introduced by our Vice Chair, so it's my privilege once again to call upon our Vice Chairperson, who is performing the duties of the Chairperson for the last 2 months. And, we are glad to have you to welcome and introduce the first presenter of this program. So thank you very much and welcome again, everybody.
Thank you very much, CEO, and thank you everyone. It is said that it all begins and ends in our mind. What you give power to has power over you. Quote by Leon Brown. And why I found this quote very, very important, dear interns, is because the facilitator that I am just about to introduce is a pastor of Good News, Kagman Church in South Korea. He is a founder of International Youth Fellowship and Mindset Education Curriculum in South Korea. So you see where mindset is coming in and why it is very, very important to have the right mindset. Reverend Aksu Park has established Mahaniam Bible Training Center in South Korea, and in Kenya, he has also established a GBS broadcasting station. He has 3 honorary degrees in theology, education, and philosophy, and has a very, very rich and wealthy career life that spans over 48 years. Reverend Aksu Park has bagged several awards internationally between 2008 and 2019. And he has written, or he is the author of many books under spiritual literature, self-development, and including mind education. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to welcome Reverend Sue Park, Dr. Reverend Sue Park, to talk to our dear. Welcome, Reverend. Glad to see you.
감사합니다.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
키스토 부회장님 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you very much, Madam Charity Kisotu.
안녕하세요.
Hello.
예, 이번에 다시 뵙게 돼서
I'm so
반갑습니다.
happy to see you again today.
제가 이번에 케냐에 이렇게 공의원들 강의할 수 너무 감사합니다.
I'm so thankful that I'm so honored to have this opportunity to talk before all interns.
저는 1994년도에 처음으로 케냐에 왔었습니다.
I've been to Kenya. My first time going to Kenya was 1994.
젊은이들이 많고요.
There are many youth.
자원도 많고
There are many natural sources.
훌륭하게 살 수 있는 좋은 나라는 걸
I
알았습니다.
know that it's a very rich country with many resources.
그래서 앞으로 저희들이 케냐하고 자주 이렇게 교류를 가지면
So I hope to have this interaction with Kenya as much as possible.
케냐 모든 젊은이들을 한국 젊은이들 바꾸고 싶습니다.
I would like to change all the young people of Kenya.
한국 이야기도 좀 하고 이야기를 계속하려고 합니다.
I would like to talk about Korea as well as Kenya.
한국은 국토 면적 22만 스퀘어 킬로미터입니다.
Actually, the size of the territory of Korea is 200,000 square kilometers.
이제 이게 둘로 남북으로 갈라져서 두 개 나라가 됐는데
It's divided into two different countries.
남한의 면적이 11만 스퀘어 킬로미터입니다.
The size of the territory is 110,000 square kilometers. 110,000.
예, 이거 그리고 그 중에 70%가 산입니다.
And 70% of the territory of Korea is consisted of mountains.
남한이 이렇게 잘 살 수 있는 조건은 아무것도 없습니다.
Actually, we have no conditions to live well.
산을 제하고 쓸 수 있는 땅의 면적은 약 한 4만 스퀘어 킬로미터밖에 안 됩니다.
Because the territory that we can use other than the mountain is only about 40,000 square kilometers.
거기다 이제 농사 지어야 하고,
And there we have to farm
그 다음에 또 학교 지어야
and
하고,
build schools
공장 지어야
and
하고.
build factories.
한국은 땅값이 너무 비쌉니다.
That's why the price of the land in Korea is very expensive.
한국을 팔면 미국 살 정도 땅값이 비쌉니다.
There is a saying in Korea that if you sell whole Korea, you can buy the whole state.
그래서 요즘에 한국
Of
아파트는
America.
자꾸 위로 올라가기 시작해서
That's why in Korea the apartment goes higher and higher now.
요즘에 저 부산에 100층짜리 아파트가 일어나기 시작합니다.
So in Busan, in one of the cities of Korea, we have 100 stories apartments.
정말 발전하기 어려운 나라.
So it's a country of very difficult to have development.
근데 현재
in.
한국은 전 세계 청소년들이 제일 가고 싶은 나라가 한국을 꼽고 있습니다.
But many young people around the world, they want to visit Korea very much.
아주 부유한 삶을 살고 있고요.
Where people are living wealthy life.
현재 서울은 약 2.2명당 자동차가 한 대 있고요.
Every 2.2 person has a car in Seoul.
그리고 뭐 그 외에도 잘 살 수 있는 조건들이 많습니다.
And also there are many things in which we are advancing.
제가 한국말로 여러분 이야기할 테니까요.
I'll be talking in Korean language.
오늘부터 한국말 좀 배우시길 바랍니다.
If possible, I hope that you would also learn Korean
전
language.
세계 많은 젊은이들 한국말 배우기 제일 좋아하고요.
Many young people around the world, they're trying to learn Korean language as well.
하는 것도 한국말로 하는 게 훨씬 더 인기가 있는 것 같습니다.
I think it's better. It makes me more, famous to speak in Korean than speaking
그래서
English.
한국에 대한 이야기를 좀 하려고 합니다.
Actually, I would like to talk about a little bit about Korea.
한국은 기름이 한 발도 안 납니다.
In Korea, we don't even have a drop of, petrol here in Korea.
기름 장사를 해가지고
But we sell petrols here.
돈을 무시무시하게 번 나라
And
한국입니다.
Korea made a lot of money selling petrol.
아니 기름 한 발도 안 넣으면 어떻게 기름을 장사 돈을 벌어?
We don't even have a drop of petrol in Korea, but how can you sell
말도 안 되는
petrol?
이야기입니다.
So it sounds like nonsense, right?
근데 우리 중동에 석유 사가에 와서
But we would buy, petrol from the Middle East,
석유 정제를 하는데
and we would refine the petrol.
미국에서 만든 가솔린은 옥탄가 92라고 하는데
The gasoline produced from the United States, the octane rate is only about 93.
한국에서 만드는 기름의 옥탄가 95입니다.
But petrol which is produced in Korea, the octane rate is about 98.
제가 서울서 운전하다 미국 가서 운전해보면 확실히 한국 기름이 좋은 걸 느낄 정도.
So when I drive the car here in Korea, and when I go to the state and drive the car, it is the same car, but I can feel that there's a difference. It's because of the
기름이 한
quality of
발도
the
안
oil.
나는데
So we don't have a drop of petrol here.
중동에 기름 사가지고 와서
We would buy the petrol from the Middle East,
정제해서 팝니다.
would refine it and sell it back to them.
그 돈이 무지무지하게 한국을 부유하게 했습니다.
And we're making a lot of money on that, and that's how we were able to build our economy on.
제가 그 94년도에
In 1994,
케냐에 그 장관님을 초청을 받아서 케냐 갔습니다.
I was invited by one of the ministers in Kenya, and I went to Kenya for the
93년대
first
한국에
time.
엑스포를 했는데
Because in 1993 there was an expo in Korea.
그때 이제 케냐에서 장관이 엑스포에 참석하셨고
Then one minister came to Korea to participate in the
제가
expo
이제 케냐에 가게
and
되었습니다.
invited me over to Kenya, so I went to Kenya for the first
케냐가
time in
처음에는
94.
야 이게 무한한 잠재성을 가진 나라구나.
When I first went to Kenya, I could see that this was a country of great potential.
땅도 넓고
It was a vast land,
자원도 넓고
a lot of natural resources.
날씨도 좋고
The weather was so good,
젊은이도 많고
and there are so many young people there.
그리고 사파리도 있고
And we also have safari.
아 제가 사파리 가서 카니발의 식당에 갔었는데
Once I went to safari, there was this restaurant named Carnivore.
예, 거기 가보니까 야생 동물로 만든 음식이 너무너무
There were many
많았습니다.
good food they were serving there, which is made of the wild animals.
제가 케냐에 잠재력을 젊은이들이 많아서
Because there are many young people in Kenya.
너무너무 좋은 나라라고 생각합니다.
This is a country of great potential. I could see that.
제가 이제 앞으로 마인드 교육을 좀 하게 되면
And as we continue with this mind education program,
케냐가 세계적으로 가장 뛰어난 나라가 된다고 전혀 의심할 수가 없습니다.
I have no doubt that through this mind education program, Kenya will be one of the world's best
그래서 우리가
countries.
생각하는 걸 두 가지로 나누면은
Now, if we divide up this way, the thinking ability into two different
현재
parts,
하고 있는 일을 좀 생각에 발전시키는 방법의 생각이 있고
the first way of thinking is we can try to develop what we are doing currently
또 다른 하나는
by thinking deeper.
불가능한 일을 생각해서 이루는 일이 있어요.
And the second way of thinking is achieving what seems impossible through the thinking ability.
그래서 생각을 사고라고 말이 사고가 두 가지가 있는데
So there are two ways of thinking.
그러니까 이제 내가 현재 하고 있는 일을 좀 더 잘하기 위해서 하는 생각이 있고
There are people who think to develop and improve what they are currently doing.
이건 진짜 불가능한 일이다.
Oh, this is impossible.
보통 사람들 생각하지 않습니다. 이 정도 되면.
You know, when people think that this is impossible, they wouldn't think further from that on.
그걸 불가능한 일을 생각을 해서 가능한 일을 만들어가는 생각이 있습니다.
But there are people who think deeper to make things that seems impossible possible.
그래서 대한민국은 국토가 4만 스퀘어 킬로미터밖에 안 되고
4만이요, 사실.
40만
The territory of Korea is only about 440,000
4만
square kilometers.
예, 밖에 안 되기 때문에
It's small,
정말 작은 나라.
so it's a small country.
공장 짓고 학교 짓고.
You know, we build a factory there and schools there.
근데 처음에 우리나라가 자동차 공장이 없었습니다.
But we didn't have, big car factory in the beginning.
미국에 자동차 공장이 있고
There was car factory in the United
독일에
States
있고,
and in Germany,
일본이 있는데
in Japan. There were great car
한국 자동차
factories,
공장이 없어요.
but we didn't have the car factories in Korea.
그래서 우리나라 사람들이 생각하기를 앞으로 마이카 시대가 오면은
The Koreans then thought when the my car generation comes,
얘는 서울시에만 해도 500만 대의 차가 있으니까
only in Seoul downtown we have about 5 million cars now.
근데 우리나라 자동차가 전체 다 필요한 자동차 야수가 얼마냐 하면
And for whole Korea and the number of the cars that we need,
이제 예를 들어서 1,500만 한 2천만 대 가까이 차가 필요한 거예요.
for all Koreans we need about 20 million cars or 15 million cars.
그걸 외국에 사가지고 온다면은
But if we have to buy that all from, foreign countries,
자동차 한 대에 10만 불이라면 해도
if, one car costs $10,000,
천문학적인 돈이 이제 해외로 나가는 거예요.
it will cost a lot of money. You'll be spending a lot of money. You'll be giving the money to foreign countries.
그래서 우리는 그 일을 생각하기 시작했어요.
So Koreans, they began to think about that.
자동차를 만들어야 하는데
Oh, we have to build cars.
근데 우리는 자동차 만들 기술이 없었어요.
We didn't have the technology to build cars then.
다른 건 다 할 수 있는데
We could do other things,
엔진을 만들지 못.
but we couldn't build our engine.
자동차 만들어야 돼.
We have to make our cars.
야, 좀 생각해봐.
Hey, let's think about this.
야, 왜 엔진도 못 만들 어떻게 차를 만들어?
We can't even make our engine. How can we build a car? It makes no sense.
아, 말이 안 돼.
It makes no sense.
아니, 그래도 만들어야
But
돼.
we can still try.
그 많은 차를 지금 해외 사오면 우리나라 달러 외국으로 다 나가잖아.
If we have to buy all those cars from foreign countries, we'll have to spend a lot of dollars for that.
생각하고 생각했어.
So they thought about it. They kept thinking about it over and over
자동차
again.
만들어야 하는데
So we have to build our car
아,
factory.
엔진을 못 만들
We
고민.
don't know how to build our engine. Oh, this is really difficult.
아, 엔진 훔쳐올까?
Should we, steal engines?
그 말이 안 되죠.
But that's nonsense.
그러다 생각을 했어.
And they kept thinking about it.
좋은 생각이.
Hey, I've got a good idea.
뭔데?
What is it?
우리 일본에 가서
We can go to Japan.
엔진을 사가지고 와서
We can buy engines from the Japan.
한국 차에다 끼우면
and we can equip our cars with the Japanese engine.
그거 되겠네.
Oh, that works.
그러면
Oh,
돼.
that's good.
우리가 현재 할 수 없는 불가능한 일들을 그냥 제껴놓으면 불가능한데
If you just put aside a thing that seems impossible in your eyes, then it will just remain impossible.
계속 생각하다 보면
But as we meditate on it,
그 이제 대가가 나오는데
there is something that we can get out of it.
그 대가는 사고한 사람의 대가예요.
The price that you can get out of it is the price, the results of the reflection, results of
그래서
the
한국은 어떻게
contemplation.
하겠느냐면은
So what they decided to do then,
한국이 자동차를 만들긴 만들어야 하는데 우리 몸만 일본 가서 엔진을 사다가 한국 차에 나가 팔자.
so Koreans, they wanted to build cars, but they didn't have enough technology, so they decided to buy engines from Japan and equip their cars with it and let
그걸
sell them.
만들어 팔면 돈 엔진값 빼고도 자동차 반 이상 우리 수입을 이룰 수 있지.
That way we'll be able to save up a lot of money because we'll be building the rest of the car parts except for engines.
한국 사장이 일본에 갔습니다.
So the Korean CEO went to Japan.
일본 자동차 회장을 만났어요.
He met the CEO of the Japanese car company.
안녕하세요.
Hello.
예, 반갑습니다.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
어떻게 오셨어요?
Welcome. What brought you here?
우리 자동차 공장을 만들려고 해요.
We're trying to build, car factory.
무엇이?
What?
한국이 자동차 공장을 만든다고
You
해요?
Koreans are going to produce cars?
굉장히 어려워요. 엔진만 어려워요.
And I'm telling you, it's tough. You building engine, that's very tough.
예, 그래서 왔습니다.
Yeah, we know that's why we are here.
어떻게 오셨어요?
So what brought you here?
우리가 일본의 엔진을 사다가 자동차 만들려고 해요.
We want to buy Japanese engines and equip our cars with it.
일본 사람이 너무 기뻤어.
The Japanese was so happy
엔진을 팔 수 있으니까.
because they could sell their engines.
잘 생각해요.
Oh, that's a good idea.
예, 우리 엔진 저 사다 썼어요.
Our engines are good. You can sell. You can buy our engines.
앞으로 우리 엔진만은 좀 가르쳐 주시겠습니까?
But could you? Can I ask you a favor? Can you teach us building engines later?
가르쳐 주지요.
Sure, we'll teach you how to
예,
build engines later. You can first of all buy our engines.
그래서
First, we'll teach you
우리는
later.
엔진을 만들지 못하는데 자동차 공장을 만들었어요.
So we didn't know how to build our engines, but we still built our car factory.
그래서 우리나라의 대부분 이제 자동차를 갖게 되죠.
So that's how they were able to sell our cars in Korea.
한 얼마 있다가 일본 갔어요.
And a little while later, the CEO went to Japan
우리가
again.
엔진 만드는 법 좀 같이 만들겠습니다.
I think this is about time you taught us how to build engines.
아직 멀었어요.
Oh, no, it's not the right time yet.
예, 알았습니다. 죄송합니다.
Okay, I'm sorry.
돌아왔어요.
He came back.
또 이제 한 1년 얼마 지났다 다시 왔어요.
About 1-2 years later, he went back to Japan.
이제 우리도 기술이 좀 발달된 엔진만 좀 같이 만드요.
Now that we've been manufacturing many cars, can't you teach us how to build the engine?
안 돼요. 버렸어요. 그냥 사놨어요.
No, not yet. You can't build engines yet. You should buy our engines first and see later.
예, 죄송합니다.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll see you later.
예, 얼마 있다 세 번째 갔어요.
A little while later, this Korean CEO went there the third time.
이제는 한국이 좀 기술이 많이 발달했는데
As they were building the cars, they got some kind of technologies now.
이번에 엔진 만드는 법 안 가르쳐 주겠습니까?
I think this time, you could teach us how to build our engine.
한국은 가르쳐 줘도 못해. 아직 버렸어요. 그냥 사다 썼어요.
Even if we teach you how, you cannot build your engine now. Just wait and buy our engines first.
한국 사람이 화가 났어요.
The Korean CEO got angry, kind of.
그럼 우리가 엔진 개발.
Okay, you see, if we keep on saying that, we'll try to build and develop our own engine.
뭐라고요?
What?
당신들이 만든 엔진으로 자동차 굴러갈 수 있다는 생각을
Do you think the car equipped with your engine could even run? Ha 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 ha.
한국 사장이 볼펜을 쓰었어요.
The Korean CEO took out his pen
당신들이 만든 엔진으로 자동차 굴러갈 수 있다는 생각을
and he dictated what the Japanese CEO said. Do you think the car equipped with your engine could run? Ha 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 ha.
네, 좋습니다.
Okay, good.
우리가 자동차 만든 엔진으로 자동차 굴러가는 거나 봅시다.
So we will see whether our car would be able to run with our engine or not. See you later.
한국에 돌아왔어요.
And he came back to Korea.
자동차에서 직원들 전부 불렀어요.
He gathered all the employees of his car company.
여러분 노트를 꺼내서
Okay, you take out your notes
그걸 볼펜 잡으세요.
and take out your pen.
내가 부른 데 쓰세요.
You're going to write down what I'm going to tell you.
당신들이 만든 엔진으로 자동차 굴러갈 수 있다고 생각을 해요.
Do you think the car equipped with your engine could run? Ha 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 ha.
일본 사장 우리끼리 이렇게 모욕을 했습니다.
So this is how the Japanese CEO insulted us.
우리 엔진 만드는 개발팀 만들겠습니다.
So we're going to form an engine development group now.
엔진 하나가 뜯어보니까
Disassembled this engine that they found,
하나도 어렵잖아요.
but this was nothing difficult.
실린더 있고
They have cylinders,
피스톤
they have
있고
pistons,
그다음에 그 전기 계기 있고
they have all this, the things.
그래서 우리가 엔진은 너무 쉬웠어요.
So it was easier than they expected.
아이고 진짜 만들 수도 그랬네.
We should have tried it before,
엔진을 다 만들었어요.
and they were able to build their own engine.
그래가지고 자동차에 딱 실었어요.
And they finally equipped their car with their engine.
한국이 독자 개발한 차.
It was self-developed engine.
그래서 이제 기름을 켜서
And they put gas in the car.
그다음에 이제 운전기사 탁탁 시도 팍 근데 푸르르 하고 걸렸어.
And the car got on the car and he started the motor.
한국엔 자동차가 돌아가는 저 주행하는 그 테스트하는 도로가 있어요.
There's a testing road where they, test driving.
차를 보고 촥 너무 성능이 좋은 거야.
And they drove the car and tested, making the, going around.
우리도 이랬다.
Oh, it was successful. It's successful. It went so well, and they were so happy.
그래서 한국 자동차 이제 막 세계 정상에 올라가고.
That's how they're able to build Koreans are able to build their cars and they began to sell their cars and export their cars.
이번에 또 무슨 생각했냐면
And recently what they thought about was,
미국의 자동차를 팔려면
in order to sell their cars to the United States,
우리가 다른 건 다 고장을 줄이는 방법.
we have to try to, reduce the breakdown rate as much as possible.
고장을 안 나게 한 차를 만들어야 돼.
So we should build a car that doesn't break down at all.
말이 안 돼.
Oh, that's nonsense.
자동차가 고장이 안 나게 어떻게 해?
How can you build a car that doesn't break
사람도
down?
늙고 죽듯이 사람도 병드는데 차가 병드는데.
Even we men, we grow old and we fall sick. Even cars, they break down.
그래서 어떻게 고장을 안 되게 하지?
So what shall we do to prevent our cars from breaking down?
생각했어.
So they thought about it again and again and again.
너무 쉬운 것은
It was not difficult because
아주 쉬운 것이
it was
뭐냐면
easy because
자동차를 이렇게 판매하는데 그 판매 뒤에 그 부속만 파는 센터가 있어요.
in the company they have sales department, and among who sell the cars, they have this parts department where they sell the parts of different parts of the car.
거기 가서 이제 컴퓨터 집어넣어 가지고
And they went on their computer register
제일 많이 팔리는 부속이 무엇인지 1번에서 20번까지 잡아.
and they searched the top 20 parts of the car that are sold the most.
자동차 고장이 부속이 많이 나가는 고장이 자주 난다는 얘기.
Because if certain part of the car is sold well, it means the part breaks down more.
그래서 그 부속이 고장이 많이 나는 자동차 부속가 이게 왜 고장 나는지 그걸 분석해 그걸 이제 잡아나가기 시작했어요.
So they began to research and do research on those parts. Why do this part break down more than other parts?
근데 여러분 너무 놀라운 일이 난 거죠.
But something amazing happened from then
그러고
on.
난 뒤에 무슨 일이 났었냐면
After they began to study and improve their parts,
서울 시내에 전기 공장이 다 없어졌어요.
the garage in Seoul City began to disappear.
보통 이제 현대 자동차를 사면
If you usually buy Hyundai company car,
10년 동안은 거의 고장이 나지 않습니다.
for about 10 years it would break down.
그러니까 이제 그 자동차 판매 회사에 만든 애프터 서비스하고 몇 개 외에는 서울시는 자동차 정비공장이 찾을 수가 없어요.
Other than the official garage, which is run by Hyundai company, it's not easy to find garage here in Seoul downtown.
물론 서울에도 자동차 정비공장이 있습니다.
Of course, there are garage here in Seoul,
그러나 거의 찾을 수가 없어요.
but most of them they disappeared. It's not easy to find them.
저희들 교회 앞에 자동차 이제 공장이 정비공장 외제차 정비공장 하나 있는데
There's one garage for the foreign cars. There's one in front of our church.
그 외에 아직 저는 서울 시내 다른 정비공장을 본 적이 없어요.
Other than that, I've not seen any garage here in Seoul downtown.
서울 시내 골목마다 자동차 정비공장이 많았는데
There used to be a lot of garages in every corner of Seoul.
그런데
Before,
현대가 미국의 자동차를 팔면서
so as Hyundai began to sell their cars to the United States,
광고를 했어요.
they made this advertisement.
보통 미국에는 2년 동안 새 차를 사면 애프터 서비스를 해주고
In the United States, they were giving two warranty of 2 years of after service,
2만 마일까지 차를 무료로 수리를 해줘요.
and they're only giving warranty of 20,000 miles.
근데 이제 현대 자동차를 팔면서 뭘 광고했냐면
But as Hyundai, as they were selling their cars to US,
여러분 우리 현대 자동차를 사면 10년 동안
in their advertisement, they said, if you ride our car, we will give you a warranty of 10 years of after service.
10년 동안에 10만 마일까지 애프터 서비스.
We'll give you the warranty up to 100,000 miles of after service.
미국 사람들 깜짝 놀랐어요.
When Americans heard that, they were very surprised.
아, 현대 이제 자동차 곤치다 버리 다 보다.
I think Hyundai company, they were just going to end up spending all their money just
그래서
repairing
현대
cars.
자동차 거의 10년 동안 저희 친구도 타는 거 보면 거의 고장이 안 나.
But since then the car wouldn't break down much. So when I see my friends riding Hyundai cars, it wouldn't break down much.
그래서 우리 한국이 자동차 공유가 제일 늦게 시작했는데 지금 거의 앞서가고 있어요.
So in terms of car industry, Korea was late, but now it's very advancing.
그러니까 이제 우리가 생각하는 것은
So what we think about now,
그냥 불가능해.
this is impossible.
그래가지고 그냥 생각
The
그만두면은
people who stop thinking at that point,
그걸로 거의 끝이 나요.
then the contemplation ends right there.
근데 우리가 불가능하다고 생각했는데
When you thought it was
그걸
impossible,
계속해서 생각하고 사고하고 생각하면
when you keep thinking about it, meditate on it, and contemplate on it,
얼마든지 길이 있고 방법이 있어요.
there always is a way and method and way out of it.
예를 들어서 전자회사는
For example, electronic companies,
세계적으로 일본 소니가 세계 최고로 인정하는 전자회사.
Sony used to be one of the biggest worldly recognized electronic companies.
그건 옛날 이야기.
But that's old story.
지금은 삼성이 전 세계 전자품을 다 잘.
Now Samsung has a very high portion of the market in terms of electronics.
그건 뭐냐 우리가 사고해서 되어지는 거예요.
And this comes from deep thinking.
저는 제가 목사라서 이제 성경을 많이 읽었고
Because I'm a pastor, I read the Bible through many times.
성경을 통해서 우리가 믿음의 세계를 이야기하고 있는데
And through the Bible, we talk about the world of faith.
저는 성경을 읽기도 많이 읽지만 생각을 많이 해요.
I read the Bible a lot, but also I think a lot about the Bible that
그래서
I read.
저는 어떻게 우리 죄가 사해지는지
So I thought about how I can have our sins
거듭나는지.
forgiven, how we can come to receive
그런
forgiveness of
이야기를
sin.
했어요.
So I talked about that many times.
우리가 2020년이 작년에
So last year, in year 2020,
제가 이제 부활절을 행사를 해야 하는데
we organized our Easter event last year.
우리가 옛날에 한국에는 실내 야구장이 있어요.
In Korea, we have indoor baseball stadium,
실내 야구장에 가면 한 몇만 명씩 모일 수 있는 장소예요.
which has a capacity of 20,000 people.
그런데 우리가 거기에서 우리가 몇만 명이지?
네,
몇만 명, 적어도 한 3, 4만 명.
Or around 30, 40,000 people, which can fit in 30 and 40,000 people.
근데 이제 우리가 거기서 늘 행사를 했었어요.
So we used to have our program there.
코로나 때문에 4월 달에 정부에서 그렇게 금해서
Because of COVID-19, they prohibited all the indoor program.
온라인으로 이제 부활절 행사를 했어요.
We had to organize our program online.
부활절 새벽하고
So early morning session
오전하고
and morning session
저녁 행사
and evening
제가
session.
메시지를 전했는데
So I preached for these 3 sessions.
매 시간마다 200만 명이 온라인으로 들어와서 우리 메시지를 들었어요.
But for each session, about 2 million people, they joined us and they heard our message.
4월 달에 그런 일이 있었고
And that's what had happened in the month of
5월
April.
달에는 우리가 이제 뭐냐면은 우리 봄에 대전도 집회를 했는데
And in the month of May, we organized our Grand Bible Seminar.
우리가 이제 제가 90분짜리 설교를 11시간을 했는데
I preached 11 sermons of 90 minutes.
근데 이제 이 설교를 중계한 방송 276개 방송 중계를 해서
A total of 276 broadcasting stations worldwide, they televised our
방송국
sermons.
시청자들을 계산하면 한 10억이 되는 사람들이 우리 방송을 들었어요.
So when we summed up the total viewers of all these 276 broadcasting stations, it went up to 1 billion
아마
viewers.
케냐에서도 많은 방송이 우리 설교를 중계했으려고.
I'm pretty sure many broadcasting stations in Kenya must have televised
근데 이제
our.
가을에 다시 이제 제가 이야기를 했는데
And in fall session 2, we organized our Grand Bible
이제
Seminar
전
again.
세계에서 코로나로 사람이 죽어가는 사람이 많이 일어나니까
Because there were so many people dying of coronavirus.
브라질 같은 나라에는
In a country like Brazil,
코로나 사람이 많이 죽었어요.
so many people died of
그 제가
COVID-19.
사진을 보니까
When I saw some pictures,
사람이 길가에서 무릎을 꿇고 하나님께 기도하는 이야기 그러기 굉장히 많이.
in the pictures I saw people, praying to God on their knees on the streets.
이제 그들이 코로나로 사는데 동료가 죽어가는데
They saw their, colleagues dying of COVID-19.
병원에 이제 입원해서 죽으면 그냥 병원에 처리 얼굴도 못 보는 거예요.
So when they get hospitalized and die in the hospital, then the family wouldn't be able to even see the face of the,
사람들이 막
the family member.
성경 판매량이 확 늘어났다고.
So during that period of time, the sales of the Bible went up really
내가
high.
이때 무슨 얘기를 해야
So
할까?
I then thought, what should I talk about at this time
근데
of
제가
year.
이제 그 메시지 전에 어떻게 예수 피로 제사함 받는데 그 이야기를 하기
So
전에
in my message, I talked about how we can have our sins forgiven through Jesus.
여러분 그런 이야기를 하는 동안에 전 세계가 이 말씀을 들으면 굉장히 놀라워하는 거예요.
While I talked about the whole world, as they hear the sermon, they were very surprised.
그래서 작년 보면은 276개 방송 우리 설교를 중계해 줬는데
And during our, spring Grand Bible Seminar, we
아마
276
케냐
participations
방송도 많이 우리
televised our
설교 중계해
sermons.
줬으라고 내가 믿는데
I'm pretty sure there were many Kenyan broadcasting stations that televised our sermons as well.
가을에는 655개 방송국이 우리 메시지를 전부 다 중계를 해줘.
But in fall session, about 655 broadcasting stations worldwide, they televised our
전 세계
program.
가장 큰 방송국 CTN이나 엔나스나 러시아의 뭐 많은 방송국들이 저 설교를 이렇게 정기 설교를 하게 해줬어요.
Major broadcasting stations like CTN in the US and TBN in Russia and NSA in, South America, they televised our sermons.
그래야지 우리가 알고 있다고 생각하는 보다 조금 더 지식이 앞서가면은
So when the knowledge precedes what we know,
우리나라는 1988년에 올림픽을 했는데
actually the Olympic Games was held in Korea in 1988.
그때 우리나라는 너무 가난했어요.
Back then, Korea was very poor.
어떻게 해서 우리나라는 모든 국민들에게 패스포드를 만들지 않았어요.
We're so poor that the government would not issue the passports for all the citizens.
왜냐하면 패스포드를 만들어 주면은
Because if they issue the passports for the
외국
citizens,
외화 낭비한다고.
they were afraid that they would go abroad and spend dollars.
1989년
So in 1989,
89년 3월 달에
in the month of March,
우리나라는 그 노태우 대통령 그때 45세 이상 된 사람이 패스포드를 준다.
during the reign of the President Notae, they first authorized the issue of the passport for
다시
people above 45 years
88년도까지
old.
아주 가난한 나라.
So until 1988, Korea was a very poor
근데
country.
우리는 정말 그냥 생각을 하는데
But as people, they think about it,
내가 생각이 가능한 것만 생각해 가능하지 않는 것도 생각하다 보니까 방법이 나오고 길이 나오는 거예요.
as they thought about also things that seems impossible, as they tried it, they were able to find way out of
그래서
it.
우리가 자동차를 만들 불가능했어요.
Making cars, it was impossible for
고장이 없는
Koreans.
자동차 불가능해.
And making cars, breathing cars doesn't break
그러니까
down,
우리가
it was impossible.
생각하다
But
보면
as they kept meditating on it,
방법이 나오고 길이 나오고.
there was a way, there was a method.
저희들 교회에 장모님 한 분이 있는데
In our church, there is an elder.
이분은 참외 농사를 지어요.
He's doing, melon farm.
여러분 아다시피 한국은 전 세계적으로 1년에 기온 차이가 제일 많이 난 나라 한국이에요.
Korea has the highest, temperature difference between summer and in winter.
내가 케냐에 가보니까 영상 10도인데 모두 추워서 벌벌 떨고 막
When I went to Kenya, it was only 10 degrees Celsius, but people, they found it very cold, and I saw them wearing this thick clothes.
한국은 영상 10도만 아주 따뜻한지.
But in Korea, if it's 10 degrees Celsius, it's very warm temperature.
서울의 겨울에 추울 때는 마이너스 30도까지.
Because in the winter time, if it's very cold, and so it go down below, minus 30 degrees Celsius.
아마 케냐 사람들 오면 다 얼어 죽는다.
I think if the Kenyans, they come at this time of the year, they will find it very cold, they'll freeze.
그다음에 여름에는 얼마나 플러스해서 40도, 37도, 5도 그렇게 올라가.
And in the summer, it go up to 37, even up like 40 sometimes.
1년에 온도 차이가 65도 이상 난 나라는 별로 없어.
There are not many countries which has a temperature difference up to 65 degrees.
인도 이런 나라는 굉장히 덥긴 하지만 춥진 않고요.
Countries like India, it's very hot, but it's not as cold.
러시아나 중국 가도 춥긴 해도 이제 그거는 덥진 않죠.
Countries like Russia, it's cold, but it's not as hot.
근데 한국은 겨울엔 굉장히 춥고 여름은 굉장히
But in
더워.
Korea, it's very cold in the winter and very hot in the summer.
그래서 이제 저희들이 그 참외 농사를 짓는데
So there was this elder, one of the elder of our church was
보통
doing the
봄에
melon
참외
farming.
씨를 심으면
Usually in the spring they would plant,
참외가 싹이
melons,
나서
it will sprout out,
이제 꽃이 펴요.
and it will bloom the flowers,
그래서 이제 꽃이 펴서 열매를 맺어요.
and it will bear fruit from the flowers.
그다음 이제 또 두 번째 꽃이 피고
And it will bloom the flower second time,
다 열매
and
맺고
it will bear fruit.
다음 세 번째 꽃을 피고
And
열매
the
맺고
third time, it will bloom flower and bear the fruit.
참외가 이제 시들어.
And then the melon will wither.
이번에 참외 농사를 짓는데
But as this elder was doing the melon farming,
야 참외를 좀 일찍 땄으면 좋겠다.
if we could, harvest our melons earlier than usual,
그러니까 이제
It would be
참외가
nice.
참외 나올 때보다 아마 한 달 지나면 너무 돈을 많이 벌 수 있어요.
Because if you could harvest our melons maybe 1 month before usually we harvest, then we will be able to make a lot of money.
근데 한국은 추울 때 영하 20도 이래 내려가기 때문에 겨울에 참외를 심으면 다 얼어 죽는 거예요.
Because in Korea it's so cold in the winter time, it goes below minus 20 degrees Celsius. It's difficult to harvest melons in the winter time.
아, 겨울에 참외 심으면 좋은데.
It would be nice if you could have melons in the winter time. So I thought about it.
그래서 내가 유리로 집을 지어가 참외집을 지으면
So as I thought about it, thought of making these greenhouses.
찬바람은 안 들어오고 햇빛 들어오니까 따뜻해지.
If you make greenhouses, the sun ray will penetrate the greenhouse, but the cold wind will not be able to penetrate the
그런데 유리로 집을
greenhouse.
지으면 돈이 얼마나 많이 들어요.
So it will cost money.
그래서 비닐 가지고 플라스틱 가지고 터널식으로 만들었어요.
In the beginning, he thought of making the greenhouse with glass, but it was so costful, so he decided to make it with.
플라스틱은 유리보다 낫죠. 많이 도르지만
Because
덜 도르지만
plastic has less penetration rates of sun
그렇지만
ray,
이제 그 플라스틱이나 바람은
but it can
막아주니까
at least block the wind.
한겨울에 참외가 자라기 시작합니다.
So with that plastic greenhouse, he was able to do the melon farming in the winter.
그래가지고 이 참외는 언제냐면 5월 달에 참외를 따는 거예요.
So he was able to harvest his melons in the month of May.
그러니까 어제 7월 달에 따는 게 5월 달, 그 다음에 4월 달에 딸 수가 있어요.
Not in the month of July, but in the month of May. He was also able to harvest them in the month of April.
근데 형제가 그 작물에 참외 농사 짓는데 꽃이 한번 피고 열매 맺고 지고
But as he was doing the melon farming, it will bloom the flower and bear the fruit and die.
두 번 꽃이 피고 열매 맺고 죽고
It will bear the flower the second time, and then it will bear fruit and it will wither.
세 번 꽃을 피고 열매 맺고 난 뒤에
After third time, when it bears bloom flowers and bear the fruit,
아직 이제 그 춥지 않은 여름인데 참외가 말라버린 거예요.
it's not that cold. It's still in the summertime, but they would just wither and die instead of bearing the fourth time.
꽃을 피워도 되는데
I think they are capable of bearing fruits again.
이제 그냥 농사를 자꾸 생각을 하는 거예요.
But as he was doing the melon farming, he thought about it again and again.
왜 참외는 아직 해가 많이 있고 날씨가 따뜻한데 열매를 안 맺지?
Whether it's still warm, they can still bear fruit the fourth time. But why don't they continue to bear
생각은 뭘
fruit?
느꼈냐면
And as he thought about it, he could see one thing.
참외밭 옆에 호박이 있는데
Right next to the melon farm, there was a pumpkin farm.
호박은 막 크게 열매 맺고
In the pumpkin farm, the pumpkin was very big. It
튼튼하고
was very strong,
잘 안 죽는 거예요.
and it would hardly die.
그래서 호박 생각을 했어.
And he thought about it.
호박하고 참외하고 생각해 보니까
So he compared melons and pumpkins.
참외는 뿌리 아주 가늘고
And you could see that the melon root was very thin,
호박 참외 아주 뿌리가
but
굵어요.
pumpkin root was very thick.
호박은 땅속에 깊이 파고 들어가서
And the roots of the pumpkin will go deep into the earth,
많이 갖다 주는 거예요.
and it will suck the nutrition a lot from the ground.
아, 참외 영양이 모자라 그렇구나.
Maybe because the melon is lacking the nutrition, that's
그런데
why.
이 뿌리가 좀 튼튼해야 많은 영양을 뿌리에 빨아 올려가지고 열매 맺게 하는데
So when the root is strong enough, that's when they can suck in a lot of nutrition and make them bear the
뿌리를
fruit.
튼튼하게 하기 위하여 뭘 했느냐면
So in order to make the roots of the melon stronger,
뿌리에 좋은 비료를 줬어요.
what he did was he used this fertilizer, which is good for the roots of the melon.
참외 좋아지긴 했지만 만족하진 않아.
And that improved the state of the plant, but it wouldn't bear the fruit the fourth time.
참외는 뿌리가 약해서
I don't know why, but the roots of the melon is so weak.
어떻게 하면 튼튼하게 하지?
How can I make it so strong?
뿌리 자라는 법이 없을까?
Is there any way to make the root of the melon bigger and stronger?
또 연구하고 생각해.
So he did research on it and he thought about it again and again.
생각이 나.
One day he came up with a good idea.
아, 좋은 방법이.
I have a good idea.
뭐라고 하냐면
And he said,
그 참외 스크린 꺼졌어. 참외가 이 뿌리가 이제 좋아지기 위해서 어떤 방법을 했냐면은
so in order to make the roots stronger, what he did was,
참외 뿌리는 한계가 있는 거예요.
there's a limit to the roots of the melon.
그래서 어떻게 했냐면은
So what he did was,
이 사람이
this man,
호박을 심고
he planted pumpkin first,
옆에 참외 심고
and planted melon next to
호박
it,
심고
and pumpkin,
참외 심고
melon,
호박 심고
pumpkin,
참외 심고
melon.
그래서 싹이 났어요.
So you planted them in that order and they sprout out.
이제 호박이 한 10cm쯤 자랐을
When the
때
pumpkin grows like 10 centimeters high,
칼로 가지고 이게 대가서 호박을 잘랐어요.
you'll slice the stalk of the pumpkin like this diagonally.
호박 뿌리에다가 참외 줄기를 붙여가지고
So they will graft the stalk of the melon to the root of the pumpkin like this,
집게로 집어놨어요.
and they will hold it like this.
그러니까 호박 뿌리하고 참외 줄기가 연결되니까
So when the stalk of the melon and also roots of the pumpkin was connected and grafted,
놀라운 일이 일어나기 시작해요.
something amazing began to happen from there
호박
on.
뿌리가 땅에 깊이 가면 영양을 쫙 끌어올려
The pumpkin
주니까
root would go deep down into the ground and suck in all this nutrition up.
놀라운 게 막 참외가 너무 잘면 영양이
And
충분하니까
amazingly, because there was enough nutrition, the melon stalk began to grow very fast.
꽃이 한번 피고 두
It bloomed
번째
the
세 번
flower
열매 맺었는데
as usual, and third time it bloomed the flower and bore fruit as usual.
한번 꽃이 피고 열매 맺고
The first time it bloomed the flower
두
and
번
bore
꽃이 피고
fruit.
열매
And second
맺고
time it bloomed the
세
flower
번
and bore
꽃이 피고
fruit.
열매
Third
맺고
time it bloomed the flower and bore fruits.
그때 시드는데
Usually it dies
뿌려서
then.
네 번 꽃이 피고 열매 맺고
Because the root was strong this time, they
다섯
bloomed the
번째
flower the
꽃이
fourth time and
열매
bore fruit, and fifth time they bloomed the flower and they bore
여섯
fruit.
번까지
They were able to bloom flowers and bear fruit up to sixth time.
이 사람은 그 참외의 아주 전문가.
This man is very specialist of the melon.
더 중요한 것은
What is even more important than
그런
that?
기술은 자기 혼자 그 남을 안 가르쳐 주는데
He won't just keep this technology up to himself alone.
성주에는 모든 사람들에게 자기 참외 배우러 와라 가르쳐 주겠다.
And he will show his know-how to all other people who are coming to Seongju to have the melon farm.
그러니까 이제 자기 집에 크다는 교실을 참외 교실을 만들어 놨어.
So in his house, he built this, classroom right next to his
그래서
house,
이제
melon
가르쳐 주고
classroom.
하는데
And he will teach people how to do the melon farming.
그래서 성주 이 참외가 옛날에 한국에는 광주지에 개구리 참외가 유명했는데
A long time ago in Gwangju region, this frog melon was very famous.
성주에서 참외 농사 짓는 농장이 4,000개가 있는데
About 4,000 households which do the melon farming in Seongju city.
그래 그 성주 참외가 우리나라 최고로 인정하는 너 성주 참외 제일 잘 팔려.
When they began to grow melon farming in Seongju, it was recognized as Korea's best melon farming.
형제가 이 장로님이 하는 그 농장에는
In the farm that this elder runs,
백화점에 와 줄을 서가지고
many people from the department store they want to make a line.
딴 저 뭐야 참외 상자보다 $10 더 내고
They have to pay $10 more than other melons,
그리고 이제 참외를 사가는 거야.
but they'll pay $10 more for each box that they buy from that farm.
1년에 몇 억씩 이제 수입을
So every year they're making thousands of dollars.
그래서 내가 아까 이야기한 우리 자동차 엔진 만드는 이런 것들은 불가능한 것인데 생각한 거고
As I said earlier, building engines for the car, it seems impossible in the beginning.
엔진을 못 만들면서도 그 자동차를 하다 보니까 이제 점점 발달해서 자동차 엔진을 스스로 만들게 되고
Although they didn't know how to build the engine in the beginning, but they tried it and found a way out of it, and they were able to build their engine.
그래서 이제 전 세계에 한국 자동차 팔리는데
And now Korean cars are sold worldwide.
제일 고장이 적은 차가 한국 차예요.
But Korean car has the least, breakdown
그래서
rate.
한국에는 요즘 거의 자동차 공장을 찾아볼 수
So
없어요.
in Korea, it's difficult to find garage here in Seoul.
그리고 한국 사람 자동차 10년 이상 더 안 타요. 다 새 차로
And Koreans
바꿔버려요.
usually they don't ride their cars more than 10 years. Before 10 years, they will change their model. That's how they do.
이제 그런 쪽으로 산업이 발달돼
So that's how
가니까
they were developed.
한국이 굉장히 경제적으로 어려운
So
나라였는데
economy-wise, Korea used to be a very poor and difficult
지금
country.
세계에서 가장 이제 막 그런 쪽으로 발달한 나라가 되는 거예요.
But in those industries, Korea is developed now.
그러니까 여러분 우리가 저는 이제 그런 사고하는 방법들을 많이 생각을 했어요.
So I thought a lot about this kind of thinking ability and contemplation.
그래서 이 사람들이 그냥 참외 농사에 4,000 그 세대 참외 농사를 지으니까
These people, they were just doing the melon farming in the beginning, but now 4,000
우리나라
households are doing melon
전역에서
farming.
성주 참외 하면 다 좋아하는 거예요.
In whole Korea, Seongju melon is very famous now.
그래서 이제 성주 참외가 별거 아닌 건데 최고로 그 사람들 1년에 뭐 수입만 몇 억씩 이제 수입을 올리는 거예요.
So every year they buy hundreds of thousands of dollars. They
그러니까
make.
이제 이런 그냥 우리가 농사를 짓는 것하고
So simply doing the farming,
그냥 농사짓는 생각하지 않고 농사짓는 천지차예요.
There are people who are farming without thinking. There are people who are farming and think at the same time. There's
그래서 이제
difference.
사람들은 생각을 해야 돼요.
So we have to think.
우리가 어려운 일들이 생기고 문제가 생길
When we
때
face hardship, difficulties in our lives.
한국은 제가 1944년생인데
I'm born in 1944.
우리가 일본에 속국에다 1945년에 해방이 됐고
Korea was colonized by Japan. We got our independence in
1950년도
1949.
우리나라 남북 전쟁에서 굉장히 많은 젊은이 죽었어요.
In 1950, Korean Civil War broke out, so many young people in Korea
그때
died.
한국은 정말 가난한 나라였어요.
Korea was such a poor country back then.
근데 지금은 세계 제일 잘 사는 나라로 한국이 부각되고 있어요.
But today, Korea became one of the, economically developed country in the
전
world.
세계 젊은이들이 한국에 제일 오고 싶어 해요.
Many young people, they want to come to Korea these days
한국말 배우기를
and
원하고
learn Korean languages.
한국의 저 드라마 보기
They also
좋아하고
want to watch Korean series.
특히 서울 강남 스타일 가면 모르는 사람이
And
없어요.
everybody knows, Gangnam Style of
제가 그
Seoul.
강남에 살고 있는데
I'm living in that Gangnam, of the Gangnam Style.
그래 우리가 이제 이런 일들을 하면 뭘 느끼냐면
So as we do this kind of work, what you can feel is,
그야 인생을 사는 거하고
instead of just living our lives the way it used
생각하며
to
사는 게
be,
너무 차이가
and when we live our lives, and if we think more, then it will bring
생각을
about
하지
big difference.
아니하면
But if we don't think,
정말 삶이 어렵죠.
the life will just go on difficult.
그래
become
대부분의
difficult.
젊은이들은 생각을 하지 않고 살아요.
Most young people today worldwide, they don't think
특히
much or
요즘
enough.
인터넷 이런 것들이 발달되고 해서
Because nowadays, because there was in development in internet,
그리고 이제 뭡니까 그 방송국에도 방송 시청률을 높이기 위해서
so in order to boost the viewership of the
이야기가
broadcasting station,
쉽게 이해가 되도록 하게 방송을 쉽게 하니까
they try to make things as easy as possible so that it can easily be
사람들
communicated
쉬운
to
것만
people.
생각하고 어렵고 복잡한 걸 생각을 못하게
So
되는
people, they
그런
tend
경우가
to
굉장히
receive things that are easy
많습니다.
and tend to reject things that are complicated.
그렇지만 우리가 이제 가능한 것도 참외 농사 짓는 것처럼
Even melon farming,
정말 생각하고
even in melon farming, if you think more and more and more,
이분이 참외 농사 지금 생각해서 정말 세계 최고의 참외 농자는
just like this elder, he has now one of the world's biggest melon farm as he thought about it.
그러니까 이제 한국은 정말 가난한 나라였는데
And Korea once it was a very poor country,
정말 너무 놀랍게 지금 세계 최고의 나라로 앞서가고 있는
and Korea is now one of the top economy in the world now.
제가 케냐에 갈 때마다 마음에 느끼는 게 있습니다.
Each time I go to Kenya, there's something that I feel in my heart.
케냐에는 정말 넓은 국토가 있고
Kenya has a vast land.
그리고 거기에 또 다음에 많은 젊은이들이 있어요.
And there are many young people in that land.
이 젊은이들이 사고하는 생각하는 방법을 배워서
If these young people could be equipped with this thinking ability,
그냥 막 불가능 안 된다고 그만두는 게 아니고
instead of just giving up when they face something impossible,
우리가 생각을 얼마든지 잘할 수
if they could think further and deeper, they can grow in
옛날에
contemplation.
아프리카에서는
A long time ago,
사람들이 상처가 나면
in Africa, when they get hurt,
썩은 나무 껍질을 갖다 덮었어요.
there's some tribe who use this rotten, tree leaves to cover their
썩은
wound.
나무 껍질에 그 더러운 걸 넣으면 썩으면 넣으면 더 상처가 더 심해질 텐데.
Some people may wonder, why do they cover their wound this rotten, tree leaves? It will cause inflammation, they
근데 이게
thought.
썩은 나무 껍질을 덮으면 왜 상처가 잘 났지?
But you'd rather heal their wound, and they wondered why.
그래가지고 사람들이 이제 그런 연구를 했어요.
And there were some people who were doing research on that.
그래서 이제 세균을 죽이는 그런 방법을 연구를
So
했어요.
they thought about this method, how to kill the germs.
어느 날 그 방에다가 이만한 접시가 있는데.
And in their room, this scientist, they put this square flask,
근데 그때 그 안에 이제 세균을 기르고
and
있는데.
they're growing this germ in that flask.
어느 날 와서 보니까
One day they came to see,
세균 다 이제 가운데가 세균이 죽어 있는.
there were germs everywhere, but except for the middle, the germs in the middle, they all
자세히
died.
보니까
And they looked closely into it,
그 파란 곰팡이가
and the blue fungus,
날라와서 창문을 타고 와서 거기 떨어졌어요.
it was carried by the wind and fell right on there.
파란 곰팡이가 떨어지면서
As
그
it-
주변에 세균이 다 죽었어요.
As the blue fungus fell on in the middle of that flask, the germs died all.
아프리카에서 썩은 나무를 덮으면 껍질을 덮으면
In Africa, some tribe, they use the rotten leaves to cover their wounds.
그 나무 껍질에 파란 곰팡이가 이제 세균을 죽여 잘 낳는.
They use that leaves because when it's rotten, the blue fungus will be formed in that leaves. It will kill the germs.
상처에 손을 끊어내야 하고.
Long time ago, when they didn't have the antibiotics, they had to cut off their finger, or they had to die because of little wound that they get.
페니실린을 개발해가지고.
And that's how they were able to invent a penicillin.
2차 대전 이후에 그걸로 굉장히 많은 사람을 살렸어요.
After Second World War, many people were saved by penicillin, the antibiotic.
그냥 썩은 나무 껍질을 덮으면 상처 잘 낫는다고 했는데.
They just began with the rotten leaves in the beginning.
썩은 나무 껍질 안에 파란 곰팡이가 세균을 다 죽여버려요.
And they're able to find out this blue fungus, and with that, they're able to kill all the germs.
요즘 많은 항생제가 대부분 그런 거예요.
And this is what antibiotics of these days is doing.
썩은 나무 껍질을 거기다 바르면은.
So when they apply this, rotten leaves,
썩은 나무 껍질에 푸른 곰팡이가 세균을 전부 다 막 죽여버려요.
Blue fungus will kill all the germs.
그래서 우리가 조그만 약 하나 뭐 항생제 먹으면
When you take a little tablet of antibiotics when you're sick,
웬만한 상처는 그냥 나아버리죠.
most inflammation can be taken care of,
그런
right?
것들이 전부 다 생각하고 연구해서 만들어진
So all this comes from contemplation and thinking ability.
그 약을 만들었다고 해서 처음부터 그냥 쓰는 건 아니었어요.
So when they first invented, doesn't mean they could apply it from the very beginning. They had to do the clinical test.
한 청년이 죽어가고 있었는데.
There was this young man who was dying.
그래서 부모들이 부모한테 얘기를 했어요.
And the people they talked to their parents.
이건 분명히 낫는다.
If you take this medicine, he will surely be healed.
이야기를 했어요.
They said to their parents.
그래가지고 그 청년이 나왔고 그래서 이제 그 페니실린 하게 됐는데.
That's how they were able to use the penicillin later.
정말 우리가 중요한 것은
Anyway, what is important is
우리가 생각을 하고 사고를 하면
if you could think and contemplate.
우리 케냐 정부와 같이 우리가 이야기할 수 너무 감사하고.
I'm so thankful to have this relationship with this Kenyan government.
케냐 정부가 진짜 잘해서 이 사고하는 법을 배우면
I see that if this education could be applied so that
케냐
people could
정말
learn this
좋고 아름다운 나라가 될 걸 마음에 확실하게 믿습니다.
I believe that Kenya will be one of the best countries in the world.
이런 시간 주셔서 정말 감사하고
Thank you for giving us this opportunity to
앞으로
share this story with you.
이 사고를 통해서
Even in the future, through this mind education,
아름다운
thinking
나라,
ability,
복된 나라를 만드는 케냐가 되길 바랍니다.
I believe that Kenya will be more beautiful and more pretty.
대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, everyone, for listening.
We have learned a lot. Very much, Reverend Dr. Psip. Our interns have learned a lot. Unfortunately, in the interest of time, and because Kenya is still a poor country, we are not yet where you are. We are constrained with resources in terms of even bundles for our young interns, internet bundles. So we really appreciate your time, and we have learned a lot because one of the lessons that we speak from South Korea is that it is very important to have the right mindset. South Korea is one of the countries that have really economically has grown very fast. So it is due to the right mindset. We all know that South Korea has no natural resources. They don't have vast land. They grow all their food through greenhouses. So it's really a challenge to us. And one thing that we can tell our interns and even all the participants is that there is no economy that can actually thrive without an effective and efficient public service. So as our interns join the public service, we want to challenge you that service is very key. That's why it is a public service. It is very key. So as you offer your services and as you continue learning and serving the citizens, we urge you to give the citizens the best service that you can. Otherwise, we want to appreciate you all. Thank you very much for listening. We want to wish you all the best as we continue with the next facilitator. Thank you so much. I hand over back to the facilitator. Let's see you.
Thank you very much, Madam Charity. Thank you very much, Reverend Oxupak, for the wonderful presentation. We sincerely appreciate it, and I hope all the interns have heard what you said. So we are now going to the next session, and I would request the timekeeper also to start timing. So may I hand over the session, the chair of the session, who will take us through the next presentation, Mr. Remy Mulati, who is also the Deputy Commission Secretary. Dr. Oksupak, I'm aware you had some video to play. We can still allow at some point. We'll link up with the team that is in the conference later on in the course of the presentation so that you may play for us the wonderful videos of South Korea. We sincerely appreciate the work you are doing. So may I now welcome Sareno Mulati to take over the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO, Madam Kisotu, our Vice Chairperson, who is our chief guest during this function, distinguished commissioners, heads of human resource in the various MDAs, guest speakers, in particular, have Mr. Raymond Ocheng, and colleagues from the Secretariat. Dear interns, our next session is on commitment to a career in the public service. And it's my pleasant duty to invite Dr. Sylvester Obama to make the presentation. First and foremost, I wish to take also this opportunity to introduce Dr. Obama. Dr. Obama is the head of the director of performance management and public service transformation in the Public Service Commission. Obama is a seasoned and highly experienced practitioner in public service management and reform. He has previously worked in the Office of the President, the National Treasury, National Assembly, the Ministry of Public Service, and in particular, the Civil Service Reform and the Public Service Transformation programs. He's a leading expert in performance management, change management, public service transformation, and improvement of service delivery, among other areas. So it's my duty once more to invite you, Dr. Obama, to talk to the dear interns and make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Remy Mulati. Thank you very much, commissioners present, the vice chair who is the chief guest for this session, colleagues. It's my pleasure to make this presentation on commitment to a career in the public service. It will be an arduous task to make the presentation in 30-40 minutes because I have 30 years experience working in the public service. And I would therefore share a bit of my experience, but also give you a little bit of some insights into what public service is. I can see on your screens there is a challenge with orientation, and we will continue as we sort it out. I have a presentation which I will look at what is public service, what does a career in the public service mean, and how do we therefore position ourselves for a career in the public service? So that is the outline for my presentation. What is public service? Public service is the the term public service generally refers to the services paid for by the government. And they include services which are run by the government. However, the term public service does not mean the same thing as the public sector, because there are some public services which are not offered by the public sector. The public sector is owned or at least controlled by the government, and not all public services are owned or controlled by the government. So in Kenya, some of the public services that we have include the transport sector, which we know there is the matatu industry. There are some of the private hospitals which provide public services but are not owned by the government, and other services owned by the private sector. Primary role of the public sector is to deliver services to citizens. The public sector is therefore the face of government or the state to citizens, forming the principal tangible link between governments and their people. When the public service does not give or deliver services as expected, the citizens will say that this government is not working. The public sector therefore demonstrates the value of the nation and contributes the bonding between the government and the citizens. When you don't get services such as passports, such as IDs in good time, then the people will say that this government is not working. The public service therefore plays a very critical role in national development. It plays a role in ensuring sustained economic growth. It promotes social development. It facilitates infrastructure development. It protects the environment, promote public-private partnerships, manage development programs, and maintain a legal framework for development. The public service or the public sector, therefore, is what brings sanity to the operations of a country. So what does commitment to the public, to a career in the public sector mean for that matter? The public sector plays a very critical role, but what does therefore a commitment, if you want to pursue a career in the public service, mean? Public sector can be divided broadly into ministries, departments, and agencies, falling mainly within three arms of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. In addition, the 2010 Constitution provides for county level of government. All this together comprise the public service. Public service has also been referred to as the bureaucracy. So what are the characteristics of the bureaucracy? There are about 6 characteristics of the bureaucracy. There is specialization, division of labor in the bureaucracy. There is hierarchy of authority in the bureaucracy. Formal recruitment and selection is based on merit. And I want to emphasize that recruitment and selection is based on merit and professionalism. There are rules and requirements of conduct while in the public service. The public service serves consecutive governments. Therefore, public servants are expected to be impersonal. You do not serve, you serve the government of the day. There is therefore political neutrality for public servants. Employment until recently constituted a career. And I think as I move later on, I will make a distinction between a career and a profession. The public service is, however, both a career and also a profession because it has got code of service that regulates all the professions put together. So I've said that recruitment into the public service is through a competitive process. And I've made the bold that we only employ the best and the brightest. Traditionally, the public service maintained an apprentice model of career. People were employed and then they grew into the service and they were trained to appropriately occupy higher position. People joined at the lowest level and as they performed better, they rose to higher ranks. And therefore, a career in the public service was you join and then you move forward. But that is changing currently, especially with the millennials. Those who are joining currently don't want long-lasting careers, but we still insist on professionalism. And again, we say that as the public service, you are called to serve. So employment in the public service, the career in the public service is therefore a call to service. Delivering services to citizens is at the heart of the role of government agencies. Citizens today expect more transparent, accessible, and responsive services from the public sector. In the public service, therefore, we are not driven more by an aspiration to rise to the top of the organization. We aspire more to make a difference in the life of the citizens, life of service. After all, not all of us can rise to the top, but nevertheless, the aspiration to make a difference in the life of our citizens is what drives a career in the public service. It is a call to service. I have mentioned that the public service is both a career and a profession. What do I mean by a career? It is a career because working in the public service earns one a living. And it is a profession because public servants have a code that regulates their conduct, sets standards, and mode of operation. That is what defines a profession. There are nevertheless various professionals in the public service. We have doctors, we have lawyers, we have economists, we have administrators, we have human resources, among others. You can therefore grow both in your career. That means you can grow vertically, but also grow professionally to the highest levels. Grow professionally to the highest levels. Career in the public service is one of the most prestigious positions one can hold because it is a service to the humanity. It comes with honor and satisfaction for service rendered. Comes with honor and satisfaction to the service rendered. Offers exposure and very good networking opportunities. And you heard the first speaker talking about networking opportunities. A career in the public service will take you far and wide. Just a typical example, I started my career at the Ministry of Finance in Treasury. Subsequently, towards the tail end of my career in the Ministry of Finance, I got a Chevening scholarship and went to the University of Manchester for a master's in development administration. I subsequently joined the Cabinet Office in the Civil Service Reform Unit in the Office of the President, where I served for a number of years before that was taken to the Ministry of Public Service. I did my PhD at the University of Newcastle in Australia and did my professional certification balance scorecard at the University of Washington, at the University of George Washington at the United States, and did my performance management at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa Business School. Therefore, I'm just illustrating that a career in public service is rewarding, both in terms of the service you render and in terms of professional growth. And that's why I say that traditionally, the public service has been seen as a good ground for professional training and advancement. In the course of my career in the public service, I've been seconded to the United Nations. I've had stints at the World Bank, and I've had stints at the African Development Bank. And therefore, in terms of networking, I don't think there is any better place than the public service. It offers both the challenge and the opportunity to serve humanity. So working in the public service is a good way to serve. The goal of the public sector is to provide service to all, and as the name suggests, it acts in public interest. The public service acts in public interest, and you will therefore notice all those as we go even to the next presentation on integrity and honesty. The public service requires the highest levels of honesty and integrity in delivery of service. In an environment which is driven by quality of service rather than profit, there is much more opportunity to improve people's livelihoods. That is what we are known for, the public service. I would like, therefore, to say in conclusion, the goal of the public service is to provide a service for all. And as the name suggests, it acts in the interest of the public. It acts in public interest. In an environment which is driven by quality of service rather than profit, there is much more opportunity to improve people's livelihood. What am I saying? That a career in the public service is a career in service provision. Citizens require the highest level of service delivery. Citizens expect us to behave in the most ethical manner. Citizens expect us to be the very best in the market and in the industry. We therefore do not entertain mediocrity in the public service because the government offers us the best opportunity to develop. Government offers us the best opportunity to network, and the government offers us the best opportunity to develop our talents. My parting shot is that as you plan for a life in the public service, we must know the four things: that you have a fourfold life to live: a body, brain, a heart, and a soul. These are your living tools. To use and develop them is not a task, is not a challenge, but to use and develop them is a golden opportunity. And the public service offers you that golden opportunity to show your talent and to grow to the highest level of service to mankind. I would like to make this invitation that, considering after your internship joining the public service is the best opportunity one can make in their careers. At one moment, I thought that the public service was not a good place, and I went and joined the private sector at PricewaterhouseCoopers for a period of 2 years. But I did not get the fulfillment in service delivery. I came back. So I think a commitment to serve in the public service is a commitment to serve the humanity. Welcome on board, and I hope you will enjoy your time as an intern. And I hope some of you will be posted to my department where you will have an opportunity to interact and develop further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Obama, for that presentation. It was an eye-opener on what public service is all about. And we will give you then a round of applause for that very good presentation. Thank you very much. So, thank you very much, dear interns. We are moving to the next session, and this is opportunities for the youth. Our is Raymond. Mr. Ocheng is the Secretary Youth Affairs in the State Department for Youth. Mr. Ocheng is an experienced practitioner in both the public and private sectors. He is also a consultant in matters dealing with strategy and management. Previously, Mr. Ocheng served as the first CEO of the National Council for Youth under the Ministry of Public Service, Youth and Gender Affairs. He has also worked, besides the two ministries, he has also worked at the Kenya School of Government. He has interacted with county government, private institutions, and even some of our and public universities. It's now my pleasure to invite Mr. Ocheng to make the presentation on opportunities for the youth. Welcome, Mr. Ocheng.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mulati, and I want to acknowledge the privilege and opportunity to salute the commission, the commissioners present. I know Madam Chair was here, and the entire Public Service Commission, fraternity and family. We are very grateful. And to all the young people, wherever you are, again, these have tested our best as young people because we are very tech savvy. And I believe we have had physical induction, and today we are having a virtual one. And I believe we are going to ensure that we get the fulfillment and we achieve our targets as envisioned. So I want to acknowledge all the interns who are here today. And allow me to start by saying that in your midst, we'll be having great public sector leaders in the next few years as you will enter to be developed. In you, we are going to be having leaders within the private sector, within the communication sector, within the health sector, within the business fraternity, within the legal and all the spheres of influence in this country. So I take this opportunity to first of all acknowledge that I'm talking to esteemed members of this country who are going to take this country next level. And thank you so much, Public Service Commission, for giving me a chance. So I'm Raymond Ocheng, I'm Secretary of Youth Affairs. I'm a young person who has been given a chance in public service.
I'm also a young person who has also proved that, again, youth is not a right, but youth is a privilege and an opportunity that then you use to prove yourself. So, ladies and gentlemen who are coming in this year, 2021, to the public service, I want to tell you, you must prove yourself. It's not about you being young. I know most of the time when you talk with young people, you tell me you want to take all the jobs of government and everybody who is older than 35 years to leave for you the opportunities. It's very easy to say that, but again, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is an opportunity that we need to prove ourselves. We are going to prove ourselves when it comes to diligence. Are we diligent enough to undertake the assignment that we've been given? We are going to be proven worthy if we are disciplined enough. Disciplined enough to come to work at 8 and finish at 5, not to just be present, but to ensure that you are a critical cog to transform that institution. You are also going to be tested. Can you go an extra mile? Can you go beyond what you've been assigned? And again, that will also begin to separate wheat from the chaff. That is also going to separate talent from the masses. And from there, I want to guarantee you, some that exemplarily do well get identified, not even within the public sector. So I believe this again is an opportunity that we are going to be tested. It is going to be an opportunity that you are not just going to put the face of a young person, but you're going to be putting a face to be an ambassador of government, to be a representative of government, and to represent government at its best. You are not going to be expected to be a drunkard. You are not going to be, because the public will not expect somebody who does not treat people with courtesy. The public will not want to see a young lady who is not well dressed to address the needs of the people that they serve. Challenges will be immense, but again, I believe we are up to the task. The next slide. The youth of the nation are indeed the trustee of its prosperity. And as I've said, that for this nation to prosper, then you are the next group to help us do that. I want us to have my next slide, please. So the next thing that I want to say, understand, where are we coming from? We are coming from a place that is a challenge, but again, is an opportunity. The Kenya National Bureau of Statistics just conducted the population census, and it is indicated that 75.1% of this country are young people. So then it means if young people were to rise up today to elect one of their own to become president, we can. If young people would put themselves together and ask not what the nation can give to them, but what they can give to this nation, then we're going to be having a beautiful nation. So we have the numbers, and you are representing the numbers. So again, it's again a singular privilege that out of the many, many young people who want to be in public service, you are one of those people who are privileged, because I've told you the statistics, and if we were to extrapolate the numbers that we are taking today in view with the statistics, then again, I want to tell you that we are privileged. So we have a growing youth population as a country. And this has led to the government of Kenya investing in the young people. It has made the country and the president to look at many ways of empowering this country. One of it is the internship program that we have by the Public Service Commission. We have got the affirmative fund, whereby we are saying, where are those young people who want to do business? And then they can go access credit at the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Women Enterprise Development Fund, and the rest that I'm going to mention, if time will allow. So you are an investment because we are investing in you. So the government opportunities that we are talking about today, first of all, you are the first beneficiary. Because out of this, you're going to get your livelihood, your skill sets are going to be, you're going to be capacity built. And again, you are also going to be very knowledgeable that you know what government offers. So again, you can be our arms and legs on the ground and boots on the ground to then sambaza what government is doing. So anytime that we have a conversation of this government is doing nothing, then we can demonstrate and parade you and say, this is what the government is doing. So the opportunities we're talking about today is you're one of those beneficiaries. But again, we want to make sure that the young people who are not here to know government opportunities. So then it means you must help us to share that. And lastly, when it comes to government opportunities that we have, we are also talking to those young people who are out there. How do they know that we have government opportunities? Next slide. So the Constitution of Kenya is very clear that it guarantees the right of the youth, that it has to be, that it is the right of the youth, and it has made provisions to ensure that is done. That is in the Bill of Rights, Chapter 4. Article 19.2 of the Constitution, and I'll not read. Article 55, that bases why government must have a specific state department for young people. What does it say? That government, it directs the state to take measures, including affirmative actions programs, to ensure that the youth do what? Access relevant education and training, which you are accessing. B, next slide, have opportunities to associate, be represented, participate in political, social, and economic spheres of life. So again, when people will be asking you, why can government take all of you into government service? Not all youth should be in government service. Some of them should then participate in the political, socio-economic, and other spheres of life. Access to employment, both within the public sector and the private sector. Then D, protected from harmful cultural practices and exploitation. So we are reading to you some edicts that are going to be your Bible as ambassadors of young people. And when it comes to representation, we are just trying to highlight to you how the Constitution is very clear. Article 97 verse 1 calls for youth to be nominated within the political party system. Article 98 states that youth should have a presentation at the Senate. Right? Article 100, next slide. Article 100 provides for presentation of marginalized groups, especially youth, in decision making. Article 177 ensures representation and participation of youth in county assemblies, which are happening. Then we have the Kenya Youth Development Policy. The government of Kenya has come out clearly, and in the last year, His Excellency the President commissioned a youth development policy. So right now we have a policy in which our government should deal with the youth. And part of it is internship, mentoring, and coaching, which has brought what we have in place. So the vision of the Kenya Youth Policy, next slide. To identify challenges that young people are facing, strategies to solve them, and opportunities available for holistic development of the youth. Next slide. Objectives of the policy are that. Next slide. What am I saying, fellow young people? That who are the young people? Youth are many. I know they're just many. They are very many. This picture was taken when one politician went to Uhuru Park to swear himself. From the previous day, it was not possible for the swearing to happen. In the next 3 hours, those people made their way to Uhuru Park. What does it mean? It means youth are many. And also it means that most of them do not have something critical that they're doing. That's why if we had a youth that had a car wash, would they come to Uhuru Park? They would not. If we had a young person who is doing business, would they just come? They would not come. Next slide. But again, we are understanding you are a very complex cohort. I know even some of you, as I'm talking, you're saying, what is this guy who is talking to us? As we want to start working, we want our money and we want to go away. Very complex cohort to understand. We are going through very many diverse spaces. In you have young people who have got very well able parents. So what do? You're just ticking a box. This group, again, we have young people who, this is going to be your livelihood, that even part of the salary that you will be given, part of it could even be sustaining your single mom, or could even be going to pay school fee to your sibling. Again, let's understand who, and then let's understand why are we in this program, and how can we make ourselves relevant. Some that are stepping in today, and they are so focused and refined that in whatever organization they are going to be posted, they know they are going to leave, what sportsmen say, they will leave everything on the floor. They leave their sweat, toil on the floor. So who are you? Which category are you coming from? Youth can do anything for attention. And I believe as we come into the service, don't begin to do crazy things for attention. And as you've been told in government, procedures, regulations, and guidelines are very clear. Ethos are very clear on how we need to operate. So for the young men, I expect you to have a tie on your neck. You must be well groomed. You cannot just be coming anyhowly because you're going to be serving. Remember, when you are serving the public, you're serving everybody. So you must be at the point that everybody can be served by you. You can do anything, so don't do anything for attention. The next slide. You are very, very ambitious. And ambition is good. Ambition is going to take most of you places after the 1 year. Ambition may also destroy many of you. Please do not get into an institution and begin to see the loopholes through which you can make sure that through the system things get lost in the institution. And I know when you go to your profiles on social media, I know most of you have Range Rovers as your profile pictures. When we go to Instagram, which I think we should, I hope we are also conducting this training on Instagram, where most of you are. And Instagram, what are we doing? We are demonstrating the life that we do not have. So I believe where you are, this ambition that you're going to refine to make sure that this opportunity fits you well will be the right one. Next slide. Youth are not just normal. The lady that I've told you that you are just seeing on the screen was a criminal that was killed. She was leading a gang called Gaza. They were killing people and taking them to the coffee plantations of Kiambu, slitting their throats. It was done by that lady. She was a leader of a gang. So as much as we cannot understand ourselves as young people, and you cannot understand, in government we must be understood. And we must follow the right thing. Next slide. Young people are also known for chaos. If you ask anybody, they say because there's a lot of energy, this is what, but we are not representing the best of them. We are representing the best of us. And some of you may call this home, and I've said it before. Some of you could be coming from very humble beginning. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it is an opportunity to prove ourselves. It's an opportunity to use these opportunities to then cascade the same. Because I know we are dynamic. If you look at that, the world is changing. All those things are what we are doing. And I believe in the next cohort, we may even use Instagram and make sure that even as a commission and as government, we are reaching out to young people everywhere. The world is changing and we must change. And we must bring the innovation. So the innovation that we keep on complaining about out there, let's infuse it in within. So we are over 20 million within the age bracket of 18 to 35. So as a government, we have the solution. So next slide. So you cannot just wait in the office. You cannot just sit and wait in the office for what you will be told to do. So grab that opportunity. Prove yourself, do something. Just don't wait that things will happen within the 1 year. And within the 1 year, opportunities lie within the service and out of the service. Next slide. And again, the money that you're going to be paid, how will you use it? This photo may look very scary. It is very normal. What has happened nowadays? These kind of setups are no longer even within the clubs and the streets where they used to be. They are within estates. And this is where most of us, during curfew, during the COVID, that's where most of us were. How do we arrive for a meeting? this is no longer how we are going to arrive. So if we have some gens who are arriving like this, please, we are no longer going to arrive like this in the city. And again, sometimes being smart does not mean that you must have many clothes, but you must clean. We are awake. Those are young people who are saying we are awake. We are here. We must be heard, but we will not be heard. We must know how to refine. Just go back to the previous slide. We must know how to refine and how to contribute in the organization where we are planted. And I'll tell you, to take advantage of the government opportunities, please, please, and why I'm emphasizing on this slide, drug and substance abuse is ravaging. Betting is ravaging us. And again, the little bucks that you're going to be paid, ladies and gentlemen, and let me talk to the gentlemen, let us not go to this. Because we mean well and you have an opportunity. We don't want to wait till the end whereby you say, I wish we have been told. Next slide. With a little, we can be very innovative. With a little, you can plan yourself and you can be your brother's keeper. And on the previous slide, please make sure today you be accountable to one another. If one of you will be going the wrong way, please tell them, my brother, my sister, this is wrong. So we have here some of you who, when it comes to opportunities, you are going to use the little that you have to do something. I was even telling some of the previous groups that can you even deny yourself and say that 30% of this money, I'm going to save it, such that when the internship comes to an end, I will still have cushion to plan myself, even as I know my next stage. Next slide. Not all of you, but some of you are brilliant, and you're going to be making our country proud, and you must continue to do that. Next slide. So we can only stick our heads out. We cannot bury our heads to what can affect a young person, because you and you and you are the reason why this program should succeed. Next slide. So the opportunities that are within government, I will not belabor this because we are going to share this slide, is devolution within the counties. We have opportunities. Just go to the other slide. ICT, right now, and I want to urge all of you, we have a JIRA courses that are being offered for free from our ministry. So while you are in that desk, please do a JIRA certifications which are for free. Investment and enlarging in TVET and expanded talents. Next slide, so that we see from which institutions. So we have affirmative funds. You can open a business. You can apply a loan from the youth fund. Kenya Films Commission has got numerous facilities for those creatives, and you can be a consumer or you can be an ambassador. White box is from the Ministry of ICT. Idea can be shared there. You can be helped to patent it. Nigeria Digital I've talked about, Presidential Digital Talent Program, National Youth Service, Kenya Youth Employment Opportunities Program, Conza Technopolis is running innovation challenges, AGPO has got 30%. All these are opportunities that now you're coming in, and we must know how to do that. Point to note, the expert in anything was once a beginner. So as you begin, know that an expert in anything was once a beginner. So we wish you all the best, and I believe you're going to get it. So with that, next slide, I say a big thank you, because we would have interacted more and more. So to young people who are watching, opportunity comes once, and opportunity comes to those who take them up. And again, I always say, success is when opportunity meets preparedness. You have been given an opportunity. I challenge you to be prepared. Then we are going to be meeting on the other side. Thank you, and God bless you, and I wish you all the best.
Wow.
So thank you very much, Mr. Ocheng, for that very, very stimulating and down-to-earth presentation. I think it has resonated very well with the youth, and I wish to call upon all of us to accord Mr. Ocheng a hearty clap. I Madam Commissioner, that We have religiously stuck to the program in terms of managing the time. And I wish now to hand over this program back to you for your further guidance and direction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mulati and Limo Dochieng. I wish I was young again. I would have known where to begin this journey. Our dear interns, we are happy that we've had Limo Ochieng. When we say what are youth supposed to do, now you have known. There are youth in government who are doing exceedingly well. Your first step in government as an intern will prove that you can be a remote later or something else. There is a lot that you can borrow from remote and other young officers who are now working for the Kenyan government. You are going to learn more again from another many youth in many ministries that you're going to be in. So if you open your mind to learning and wanting to know and daring to do the best, then this country is yours in the next few years to lead to the next level of development. So as we have now gone halfway, we want to take a 10-minute health break. Don't go too far. After 10 minutes, we reconvene and we continue the program. Wish you well. Have some water, some tea or something. And if you have questions, please keep them and we shall be able to deal with them later. We shall be back at 11:30. I'm now the commissioner. 11:30. You can have some few more minutes to relax. We've been seated for too long. All the best. Have a healthy break. Thank you.
Parara, 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 parara. Bwana ni mwokozi wangu, tena ni kiongozi wangu, ananipenda leo kuliko jana. Baraka zake hazikwisha, si kama binadamu wabadilika. Ananipenda leo kuliko jana. Kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Yesu nipende leo kuliko jana. Kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Yesu nipende leo kuliko jana. Sitakuogopa Mungu, uwasamehe. Mwangalifu sisi unavyonipenda mimi, usikinisema. Na maadui wangu ninawaombea maisha marefu, wazidi kuona ukinibariki. Ujue binadamu ni watu wa ajabu sana, walimkana Yesu mara 3 na bado hukuwika. Ujue binadamu ni watu wa ajabu sana, walimsulubisha Yesu Masia bila kusita. Bwana ni mwokozi wangu, tena ni kiongozi wangu. Ananipenda leo kuliko jana. baraka zake hazikwishi, si kama binadamu anavyojitie. Ananipenda leo kuliko jana, kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Nipende leo kuliko jana, kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Wewe ndo nategemea, kupakupana baba nakutegemea, chochote kitanipatia, kuingia mbinguni utaniondolea. Wewe ndo nategemea, kupakupana baba nakutegemea, chochote kitanipatia, kuingia mbinguni utaniondolea. I'm so nervous. I don't know if I'm going to mistake, but I hope that everything is going to be okay. And I hope that people like it. Oh, Bwana ni Mwokozi wangu. Thank you. Malaika nakupenda, malaika. Malaika nakupenda, malaika. Nami nifanyeje kiza na mwenzio? Sina ningekuwa esa itasumbua, esa itasumbua, nami nifanyeje kiza na mwenzio? Nasindana sina ningekuwa malaika, nasindana sina ningekuwa malaika, nakupenda malaika. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Nami nifanyeje Here we go. When Jesus say yes, nobody can say no. 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 I'm not worried about the things, 'cause I know you are guiding me. Where you lead me, Lord, I will go. I have no fear, 'cause I know who's in control. There's no limit to what you can do, 'cause it all belongs to you. Yes, it all belongs to you. You're almighty and all powerful, and all belongs to you. Yes, it belongs to you. Jesus say yes, nobody can say no. So Jesus say yes, nobody can say no. Jesus say yes, nobody can say no. So Jesus say yes, nobody. 'Cause His is control. There's no limit to what you can do, 'cause it all to you. It all belongs to you. You're almighty and all powerful, and it all belongs to you. It belongs to you. Nobody can say no. Nobody can say no. In a minute. Nobody can say no. In a minute. Nobody can say yes. Nobody can say Jesus say yes. In a minute. Nobody can say yes. Nobody can say Jesus say yes. Nobody can say Jesus yes. Jesus say yes. Nobody can say no. When Jesus say yes, 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 nobody can say no. He's with me in a minute, in a minute. Nobody can say no. He's with me in a minute, in a minute. Nobody can say no. He's with me in a minute, in a minute. When Jesus say yes. We more than conquerors. We are more than conquerors. We are more than conquerors. With Christ who loved us. We are more than conquerors. We are more than conquerors. We are more than conquerors. With Christ who loved us. For I for peace, and goodness for God, for riches, for rulers, for these persons, for peace, for all, for powers, for God, for peace, for everything in creation. We believe to save the and the power, and the darkness, and the all is
Mambo sawa sawa. Mambo sawa sawa. Yesu akiwa enzini, mambo sawa sawa, mambo sawa sawa, mambo sawa sawa. Sawa sawa, sawa sawa, maisha ni Yesu mambo yote sawa, mambo sawa sawa. It's already done. It's already done. With the Lord is well. It's already done. It's already done. It's already done. Mambo sawa sawa. Mambo sawa sawa. It's a hero. Mambo sawa sawa. Mambo sawa sawa. Mambo sawa sawa. Sawa sawa. Mambo sawa sawa. Mambo sawa sawa. It's a hero. Mambo sawa sawa. 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 It's a hero. Mambo sawa sawa. Mambo sawa sawa. Mambo sawa sawa. Sawa sawa. Mambo sawa sawa. It's a hero. Mambo sawa sawa. Mambo sawa sawa. Mambo sawa sawa. Mambo.
Be captured.
Good morning. Okay. Commissioner, we were just about to start. Okay. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Dr. Gabriel Dumas. Dr. Dumas is currently a Deputy Director in charge of governance at the Public Service Commission. And he has over 20 years experience in the public sector, both in governance and from the education sector. Mr. Dumas will take us through work ethics and the code of conduct. That is what is expected of you during your working period as an intern for 1 year. How will you be expected to conduct yourself? In the government or in the public sector, we have various documents that you interact with, are confidential. So Mr. Dumas will take us through so that as you come in, how to handle all the documents that you come across during the working period as an intern, so that we don't get government documents in the wrong circles. So, Dr. Dumas, have about 30 minutes to make a presentation. Interns, let us note our questions. Post them as we continue so that at the tail end you'll see how we can be able to respond to the questions. And now the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, the Vice Chair and Commissioners, and all protocols observed. And thank you for giving this opportunity to make this presentation. I'm making this presentation on behalf of my colleague, Mr. Wesley, who we work closely together in the governance unit. As I begin, I would want to emphasize one important thing that we should always remember. Whether as officers in the public service or as interns, to get that chance, it's a privilege. To serve in the public service is a privilege, and we should never take it for granted. The reason why I say this is because, let's take, for example, the interns. Amongst over 10,000 applicants, you were lucky to be selected and given this opportunity. And if it is a privilege, then it is important that you make very good use of this opportunity. You serve to the best of your ability. My presentation has 3 key objectives, which by the end of this session, I believe you'll be able to, will have realized those 3 objectives. The first one will be to enable you familiarize yourself with the legal and regulatory framework governing ethical conduct in the public service. The second one, we also want you to understand the ethical standards in the code. There is a code of conduct that guides our behavior and our interaction while in the service. And not just to understand, we expect you to apply those ethical standards in your day-to-day work in the institution you have been posted in. Some of the key legal and regulatory framework that are important, and I want to emphasize that it's important you go and download them from the Kenya Law Report or the Public Service Commission website, include the Constitution of Kenya. We have the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003. We have the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. We have the Public Service Values and Principles Act 2015. We have the Fair Administrative Action Act 2015. and we have the Public Service Code of Conduct and Ethics 2016. My advice to you is, when you go to your various stations, maybe you'll be given access to a computer, a desktop computer or a laptop. Open a folder, download these documents. I've said you can access them from Kenya Law Report or the Commission's website, and read these documents. Read. It is important that you read to familiarize yourself, so that in the event there is a problem, you don't say, I didn't know. Remember, ignorance is no defense in law. Then I'll zero down to some of the way we need to conduct ourselves. The first one is maintain the rule of law. What we mean here is we expect you to be law abiding, and all citizens, that includes you, are expected to adhere to the rule of law. So observe all the prescribed laws, because that is our civil responsibility as citizens. Secondly, we expect that you'll carry your responsibilities and duties in a proper manner, and that you will be responsible for all acts of commissions and omissions. What do I mean by that? It simply means you are expected to take responsibility of your actions, so that you don't act and then you say, I was told to do it. Every public officer is expected to take personal responsibility of his or her actions. And with regard to performance of duty, we expect that you'll be efficient, you'll be honest, you'll be transparent in what you are doing, and you'll be accountable. There are records which will come in your docket. We expect that you'll maintain accurate records and documents. There are files you'll come across. We hope that you will maintain accurate records of those documents. It is important that you observe punctuality. In the service, I know that we expected to report at 8, and we expected to leave office at 5 o'clock, though this varies with some regions. If it is northeastern, there is a slight variation. But it is always important that you observe punctuality. Come to work on time. And I would want to urge you, remember, you are still young. There is something called being able to go the extra mile. And that plays out at individual level. It really says who you are in terms of your character and personality. Don't be an officer who, because others come at 8 and they leave at 5, you also just emulate. Sometimes being able to sit around and do extra duties really tells who sells you, and it tells who you are. So I would want to encourage you, besides the work you'll be given, if you are able to do extra, that will be a plus on your side. Always remember, if you can go the extra mile, always be ready to go the extra mile. If a duty is given to you and it's not what you had been prescribed and you can do it, just take it up and do it to the best of your ability and to the best of your knowledge. And with that, it is expected that you will not just be absent from duty without permission. You'll be given supervisors. And if you are to be away for one reason or another, please inform your supervisor in advance. Don't wait in the morning, you are being looked for, then you start saying, I'm sorry, I was caught up in this. If you know you'll be absent from duty, ask for permission. And don't engage in businesses during official hours. Official hours are 8 to 5 o'clock with a lunch break of 1 hour between maybe 1 and 2, but this will vary from one organization to another organization. We also expect that you'll maintain professionalism, conduct yourself in a professional manner. We expect that you need to protect the integrity of the office you are serving in. What do I mean by that? I simply mean that the way you conduct yourself in the office and when you are outside the office should be the same. Because when you are outside the office, the public sees you as a public officer. You carry the image of the government. You carry the image of the government. So when you leave office after 5 and during weekends and during holidays, always remember that you are serving in the government and you must carry yourself as a government officer. Don't be found in the trenches because you took 1, 2 for the road and people start wondering what kind of an officer is this? And they'll be asking, this is an intern in this office. Look at what he's doing. Ensure you don't embarrass the office you are serving in. It's important that you maintain courtesy and respect. Respect to seniors, to colleagues, and to clients. Clients will come, citizens will come for service. Serve them with courtesy. Invite them, talk to them nicely. And for your seniors, it's important that you always remember, even after 28 years in service, I'll still address my seniors as sir or madam. Please, that is very, very important. It really shows the respect you have for that office. So don't feel that it's wrong to call your seniors as sir or madam. That is a civil way of addressing those who are senior to you. I'll encourage you. I know you are young. Sometimes maybe this is not part of you, but it's very possible you just have a positive attitude about it. Always remember to address your seniors as sir. Don't call them by name because they are not your age mates. And when the public comes for service, treat them with courtesy, respect, and dignity. Don't discriminate when you are serving the public. If there is an order, if there is a way in that office, there is an orderly way of serving your customers, ensure you observe that. Ensure there will be resources that will be given to you, maybe laptops, desktop, staplers. Don't use all those resources for official purposes. Photocopying papers, you'll have access to maybe printing some official documents. Ensure that the resources that are officially given to you are used for official purposes only. So, and don't misuse the resources. Don't carry them home because it's a stapler and you don't have one. You pick and maybe say, let me go and use it, I'll return it. And then in the process, you forget to return it. Always government documents, leave them in the office when you go home at 5, unless it is very necessary. But at your level, I doubt if you'll be expected to carry some government documents to your home. So leave your government documents in the office at 5, you go home, come back tomorrow. You will be expected to be accountable for all administrative acts. I've also mentioned that. In terms of dressing and personal hygiene, I know you are just joining the service as intern, but you can be smart without having many suits. Just ensure that the shirt you are wearing is properly ironed, the shoe you are wearing is well polished, and the trouser is also properly ironed so that you look presentable. You look presentable before the people you are serving. So when you are coming to the office, if you have a good shirt, look for one tie so that when the public comes to interact with you, they see the image of that office and they're able to give you a lot of respect. So look for a good shirt, a tie, a good trouser. Always ensure you are well groomed in terms of personal hygiene. Maintain your hair if it is men, if you like it short, maintain it short. If you don't like it short, ensure it's combed so that you portray a good image. Remember, when the public comes to meet you, they are meeting a government officer and they are being served by the government. So project a good image of personal grooming and hygiene. And if you're members of regulated professional bodies, in one of the presentations, my colleague mentioned that in the public service, it's a profession, but we also have professionals within the service who are regulated by various bodies. For example, the lawyers by Law Society of Kenya, human resource officers by Institute of Human Resource Management, procurement officers also have a regulatory body. Ensure that you are in good standing. If there is monies to be paid, ensure that you pay. I also would want to emphasize that when you are outside the office, always remember to maintain the integrity of the public office. Always remember to project that the image of a government officer. And in terms of financial integrity, it's important that that is maintained. What I mean here is you are not expected to receive bribes. Some of you may be posted in an office where people will come for service and they'll want to give you something small, because Kenyans have this belief that without giving something, you cannot be served. Do not accept any bribe. Just offer good service. Offer quality service to Kenyans without asking. There are two ways. Don't ask for a bribe, and don't accept to be given a bribe to serve. Remember, the taxpayers have put you in that office to serve them. That's why they pay their taxes. And from their taxes, you will be paid the stipend. So do not accept any monies from the public or from any person you are serving. Do not also ask for the bribe that give me because so-and-so wants. And you'll be paid a stipend. I would want to encourage you, ensure you live within your means. Ensure you live within your means. 25K should enable you to just live within your means, so that you don't get into these other funny acts of getting to be bribed or asking for bribes. I also would want to request that you ensure, okay, I've mentioned about living within your means. Don't go for loans, because now you have the 25,000, you start getting loans and you find that that will create problems for you. In terms of moral and ethical requirements, serve with honesty. Be honest in all your dealings. Don't abuse the office you are serving in. Don't falsify records. Some of you will come across government records. Please don't be used to falsify records. And I've mentioned that don't carry government records at home. Leave them in the office at 5. And when you come back in the morning, the following day, you continue with your work where you left. Public officers, in some offices, we receive gifts, but as interns, I believe you won't be in a position where you'll be sent out by your office to represent the organization so that you'll be given gifts. But in the event that happens, if you go out and you're given a gift, it is expected that you take that gift to the office, ensure it is recorded and registered. I'm saying you may not have an opportunity to represent your organization, but in the event that happens, any gifts given to public officers should be declared to the public office. And every government office, every public office maintains a gift register where such gifts are recorded. And do not accept any monetary gift. Don't go to represent your organization, then you are given a bahasha and you pocket. Monetary gifts are not allowed. But I'm emphasizing in the event that happens. But I don't expect that you'll be placed in a position where you'll go to represent your organization. Then, in terms of conflict of interest, some of you will be placed in procurement, in offices where maybe your personal interest or interest of your wife, maybe some of you are married, some of you have children. In the event you are placed in an office, don't advance personal interest of yourself, of your wife or children, either in advancing for tenders or anything else that may place you in a situation where there'll be conflict of interest. And if it is there, if you are expected to declare, just consult with your seniors. In a situation where you are not sure, consult. Where you are in a situation where you don't know what to do, consult your seniors, consult any other officer in that organization. We don't expect that you'll participate in tenders. And when it comes to collection of harambes, as public officers, we are not expected to solicit harambes. Don't go to the office with a card. I know some of us, maybe you have a sick person. Don't go to the office with a card for collecting money, whether it is a genuine reason or not. Any public officer is not expected to collect or to use his office to collect money from the public. And for maybe amongst us, there could be students who studied outside the country. And while you're outside the country, maybe you had a bank account to enable you in terms of facilitation and your upkeep while outside the country. If we have such interns, it is important that as you take up this job, if there is that account is still active, declare that account to the EACC, East Africa Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. If you go to their website, you'll be able to be guided accordingly on how to declare such accounts. But for majority of you, I know maybe you'll be opening your accounts. But if there is any who studied outside the country and you had an active account while undertaking your studies, and that account is still active, it is a requirement that you declare that account to the EACC. Remember that, that is very, very important. As you serve the public, you are not allowed to act for foreigners. There is a Ministry of Foreign Affairs that is responsible for this. So don't accept to act on behalf of any foreigner, that someone comes to you, if it is in passport section and they start telling you, I'm from Uganda, I need this assistance. Where you are not sure, all I want to leave with you is consult. Ask your colleagues, ask your seniors. This, I'm presented with this. How do I go about handling this issue? Government property will be placed in your custody. You'll be given government property, even if it is photocopying paper, staplers, all that is government property. The desk that you will use, it is important that you maintain them in good condition and ensure that government resources are only used for official purposes only. In some organizations, maybe you'll be given a personal email. If for those who will come to Public Service Commission, we have the Zimbra. Ensure that you use the personal emails for official purposes only. And where you want to use your personal things that are personal, what you should ensure is open a different email account where you can engage in terms of the personal issues. That is very, very important. And for social media, also ensure that you don't take all government time to use to be on social media unless the office you are serving allows you to do that. Use government time for official business. There's the need to know principle. You'll come across a lot of information that is confidential, some are secret. You are not expected to divulge the information you come across to people who don't need to know. Maintain confidentiality, maintain political neutrality. We are not expected to show, to favor any political side. We need to be impartial. And also maintain religious neutrality. In the office you are serving in, the clients you are serving, don't start telling them about your religious beliefs. The next slide. Some of you in the process of this 1 year, you'll get employment in, you may be lucky to get employed in another organization. When that happens, declare to your seniors. Just be honest and tell them, I've been serving as an intern. I have gotten an opportunity to serve in another organization. And that way you'll be guided accordingly. Don't go out, get a job and continue getting the stipend. Let another Kenyan benefit from that opportunity. Then it is also important that about bullying, don't be bullied and don't bully other colleagues or other interns or other officers. Bullying simply is either making remarks that humiliate another person. In terms of sexual harassment, report any cases of sexual harassment. And what we mean by this is that like people making requests to exert pressure for sexual activity or sexual favors. If that happens, report to your seniors. In terms of also making intentional or careless physical contacts that is sexual in nature, or innuendos or gestures or jokes, when such happens, it is important that you report them to your seniors. And don't allow to be used by others to sign either documents or to receive or to requisition documents. Remember, if you do that, you'll be responsible for your actions. And report any improper orders. If you are told to do something which you feel in your work environment you shouldn't do, it's important that you report any such orders. You'll be expected to sign commitment forms to the code. This is as prescribed by the internship policy. The internship policy expects that you sign commitment to the code. And once you sign commitment to the code, you'll be expected to abide by the code of conduct that guides public officers. And in the event of breach of this code, then disciplinary action will be meted against you. It is also important to mention that because you are an intern, you are considered as also a public officer, and any disciplinary action will be as in accordance with the applicable service regulations for that institution. There is the code of conduct for all public officers, and there are institutions that have customized this code to suit their institution. So it's important that for the institution you will be posted to, familiarize yourself with the code in that institution, but it is also important that you familiarize yourself with the general code of conduct for public officers. I wish to stop there and thank you for getting this opportunity to serve in the public service as an intern. It's 1 year, but you can make very good use of this opportunity. And always remember, it is a privilege to get this opportunity. Make good use of it. Remember, if where you can go the extra mile, go the extra mile. Serve with integrity, serve with all your heart, and serve with dedication. Thank you very much.
Very much, Dr. Juma. Let us appreciate Juma for a job well done. Commissioner, I think interns are well informed. They know how they will behave. And I believe we will not find our documents on the social media when they join us, in the course of their work. So interns, I hope you have noted this, and that you have been informed of issues. You have your supervisors always ask so that you don't get into the wrong hands. This moment, I want to introduce our next presenter. Our next presenter is Joan Machayo. Joan Machayo is a HR expert with many years of experience in the field of human resource management and development. And she will be taking us through an overview and expectations of the PSIP program. And I wish again to request that if you have any questions, the presenters continue presenting, post your questions. We will have maybe some time to respond to a few questions. So Joan, I don't want to take so much time. And I think now the floor is yours. The next 30 minutes, you can enlighten the interns on various expectations. So, karibu sana.
Thank you very much, DCS, for the introduction. The Vice Chairperson of the Commission, our CEO, staff of the Commission, all participating MDAs and the interns, good afternoon and welcome. My role is to take you through what we consider to be the guidelines on management of the internship program. These guidelines are on our website, and I'm sure you have been informed on how to access the guidelines. Go to the Commission website and find the guidelines. They will enable you to go through the process of an internship in a more structured manner, and they may answer a lot of the questions that you may have regarding what is the expectation of the Public Service Commission, what is the expectation of the MDAs, and what are your expectations. Just as an introduction, we have the Public Service Internship Program, which is a government initiative, and it started in the year 2019. Mr. Maina, can you progress my slides, please? This program is a government initiative to give youth an opportunity to serve in the public service. We have had 2 cohorts, and if any of you had logged in at the beginning of this presentation, you are taken through what has so far transpired in the last 2 years. We have had 2 cohorts of the internship program, and we are glad to report that about 5% of them have transited into the workplace, both at the public service and in the private sector. The objectives of the program, this may be a repeat of what has been said in the earlier presentations by the commissioner. I would like to take us through again to enhance youth development and employability by creating clear linkages between education, training, and work, to provide hands-on experience, to build upon skills learned in the classroom, to instill public service doctrine, values, principles, and promote ethical conduct, to establish a database of skills available to the public service for the future HR needs, to promote inclusivity and diversity as envisaged in the Constitution, to learn workplace skills, the demands of the workplace, identify potential career options, learn how to build professional relationships, experience new things, gain technical skills resulting in a competitive edge, get inspired and self-reliant, gain financial incentives through payment of stipends, expand capacity in human resource, which reduces overall employee workload, tap into new ideas, new expertise, ideas, trends, talents, and energy infused into the workplace. And then the government is able to foster relations with the citizens through mentorship and training and a pool of talent for urgent capacity enhancement when needed. These are some of the objectives of the program. Our interns, we have also benefits of the program both to you and to the public service. It provides an opportunity for renewal of the public service by tapping into interns' creativity, innovation, and energy. In the past cohort, we have had a very good feedback from MDAs where interns have even created systems for the MDAs and they are being utilized by the MDAs. And we expect you, of course, as youth, to infuse your skills and creativity into the public service, and the government will have a better understanding of the needs of the youth. We are able to understand your needs better, participants, when we have interacted with you. When I talk about MDAs, I mean the ministries, departments, and agencies where you have been attached. Most important for us is the employability skills that you will acquire as an intern. And by employability skills, we mean a set of attributes, skills, and knowledge that all labor market participants, and you are a labor market participant, you are participating in the larger labor market within the Kenyan sector, both private and public. And we are saying that it's a set of attributes, skills, and knowledge that all labor market participants should possess to ensure they have the capability of being effective in the workplace to benefit themselves, their employers, and the wider economy. We have key players in this program, and if you read the guidelines on internship, on management of the internship program, you will get that the key players are the Public Service Commission, who is the person that is responsible for the employment of the interns, the ministries, departments, and agencies, that's what I was saying, MDAs, and the interns. So these are the key players in this program. And we'll look at what the roles and responsibilities of each of these players. And the role of the PSC is to issue policies and guidelines on the public service internship program, coordinate the public service internship program, budget for the program, recruit, select, deploy interns in the ministries, departments, and agencies. And we have just gone through these processes where we advertised, you applied, we did online recruitment, we selected you, and now we have deployed you to the ministries, departments, and agencies. Now, we also paid stipends to the engaged interns, monitor and evaluate the implementation of the internship of the public service internship program. And at this time, I would like to say that we are glad that the AXA Bank has agreed to sponsor us to undertake a monitoring and evaluation and implementation program for the current cohort of PSIP, and we appreciate that very much. Select and place the interns. That is part of what the Public Service Commission's roles are, including many other roles, like guiding the interns and so on and so on. Then we have the ministries, departments, and MDAs, where, further, the Public Service Commission shall, I've talked about the payment of the stipends. Now, we have the role of the ministries, departments, and agencies where you have been placed, and they will adhere to statutory guidelines with regard to the engagement of the interns. Like the internship program is just a one-year program, and the Commission has set the stipend requirements. They will declare internship positions, vacancies to the PSC on an annual basis. So we request the MDAs to give us their capacity assessment, what numbers they want in which areas, and therefore we are able to place the interns accordingly. provide the necessary facilities to enable interns to acquire the required skills and knowledge, so that we expect that the MDAs shall provide the interns with the necessary tools to perform their jobs and impart the necessary skills and knowledge. And we are glad to report that some of the interns have actually given us feedback and appreciated what they have gone through within the MDAs. The MDAs will appoint supervisors, trainers, mentors for the interns. Again, with our partnership with the ABSA Bank, we want to say that we may be able to actually train the mentors with the support and sponsorship of the ABSA Bank. And we want to thank our sponsors and our partners very much for that. Ensure that the interns are properly engaged in relevant work assignments, monitor and evaluate the progress of the internship program in their organization. And currently, the Public Service Commission is actually undertaking an online kind of a M&E program. We will have a system in place where we can interact with you online and have an online M&E for proper and timely feedback. This has not happened, but with the COVID rules that we are having, it is imperative that we do a system-oriented M&E system to enable us to engage with you in a better way, to act as a link between the PSC and the interns. And that's why Dr. Juma was telling you that you need to go through your supervisor in case of anything. Communicate to the PSC on immediate basis on all human resource matters that may affect payroll. That's why Dr. Juma was also saying that as an intern, if you've got a job elsewhere, we will not tie you up to the program, and you will have to declare that, so that we do not do a double payment of your stipend as well as a salary where you are going to go. Remember, this is an integrity issue, and it's very important for you to declare that. So what is required of interns under this program? Apart from what has already been said, the interns are expected to abide by the rules, regulations, code of conduct, and protocols of the units and the organization, so that you will be given rules in the workplace and you are expected to follow those, to demonstrate commitment and willingness to fully and actively participate in the learning experiences of the internship program. We want you to be open-minded and be able to engage with your supervisors and your mentors to offer value for the program to both yourselves and to government. Be ready to be deployed to any relevant office, workstation where there may be an internship vacancy. And this is actually a very important aspect in the public service, that when you are engaged in the public service, you are ready to be deployed anywhere. For example, those of you who will be employed and have a chance to be county commissioners or the assistant county commissioners, you will be sent to Mandera in the war zone. You will be sent to Capedo, where we are having a very bad cat harassment, and you are expected to work there. And so it is important for you to inculcate those things, those values, and understand that even at this time of internship, and in any case, a job is a job, and you make do with where you have been posted in any case. To make efforts to acquire relevant skills in the area of specialization. So we don't want this internship program to go to waste. Kindly ensure that you gain at least some relevant skills. You are required to complete assignments given by the mentors and supervisors in good time, to observe confidentiality of information and security of tools, equipment placed in your possession. This has been overemphasized by the previous presenter. To hand over all materials and equipment, tools belonging to the organization at the end of the internship period. This is very critical for the government, because the government has an inventory system where you cannot carry away a government equipment. Even if it is spoiled, there is a way to dispose that equipment. You cannot carry it away that it's not useful for government. There's a disposal method for any government equipment or tool. To clear with relevant authorities before leaving the internship station to avoid cases of absence from duty without permission. In the guidelines, we have provided for a disciplinary mechanism, and some of the interns, I'm sorry to say, have been taken through the disciplinary process. And therefore, I don't think we need to in 1 year, to engage you in a disciplinary process. Just follow the rules and it will be fine. To inform PSC through the deploying MDAs in case of premature termination. And we will not discourage you from leaving. Just let us know when you have maybe an opportunity to do something else. Also, we have some notes for the ministries, departments, and agencies that have taken up our interns. That the MDAs, right, the MDAs are supposed to submit interns to the PSC, the interns certified copies of their documents and reporting dates by 15th February 2021, and also to fill their data online via the PSIP interns reporting module available on PSC website. Each MDA to confirm their login credentials. This is very important because it will facilitate the payment of the stipend. So MDAs currently logged on, the human resource officers, please ensure that you do this in good time to enable us to pay and when it falls due. Prompt communication by MDAs on internship HRM matters that require payroll amendments. Advanced communication can be sent via email. So we are encouraging you to use the email internship@publicservice.go.ke. This is the email that has been dedicated for the internship program, and it will be responded to. Don't feel afraid that we will not open the email. There is a dedicated person on this email to respond to all inquiries relating to the internship program. And the interns are also expected to use this email. We discourage you from visiting the commission individually because of the COVID rules, unless it's absolutely necessary. We shall undertake all communication to the interns through this internship program and to your personal emails, which we already have and which we have used even to issue your appointment letters. Prepare and submit to the Commission quarterly reports on the internship progress and end of year evaluation reports at the conclusion of the internship. We are hoping that by the first quarter of this internship, by maybe March or April, we'll have an M&E system online that you can fill in your feedback forms without bringing the hard copies. The interns, please, you are entitled to a monthly stipend, a daily subsistence allowance when you are called upon to work outside your duty station. You are entitled to annual leave, 21 days, sick and compassionate leave. If you fall sick in the workplace, just inform your supervisor. Do it in the right way. Please read your guidelines. Those who take maternity and paternity leave shall be required to defer the program through the MDA until they resume duty. We already had a case of where an intern reported to one of the MDAs and she's due in 1 week's time, and we have advised that she can take her leave up front. She reported, of course, to the station, but she's encouraged to leave up front and then report for the internship so that she gains the 1 year experience only after she has taken her leave and as necessary. Any communication by the interns to PSC should be through the department or the deploying MDAs. We usually don't discourage personal, maybe at this time of appointment, you can do your personal questions and communication. However, once you are on board, we'll expect communication from your heads of departments where you have been deployed. Any indiscipline can lead to discontinuation and termination of the internship program, and therefore, kindly be on the lookout so that you don't engage yourself in the disciplinary process. And finally, as I finish my presentation, from the employer perspective, we are expecting that we will get good interaction with our interns. To hear from the FDA, telling us that the staff in the MDA is telling us or commenting that you have been pleasant, you have been enthusiastic, and you have interacted very well. We want to say, from the employer perspective, we have heard that staff have commented on how pleasant and enthusiastic you are as an intern, and you have been observed that you interact well. We also want to hear that we are, the comments like, we are so impressed by the intern. And this we have already heard. We also want to hear that it is a job that needs doing, and we are happy to give someone an opportunity to get on. So it's a relationship that we want to maintain that is, from an employer's perspective, a positive relationship. From the intern's perspective, we will be listening to you on day-by-day basis, but at the end of the program, what's your view on the public service internship program? What's your view? And your feedback is very critical for us. And I end my presentation here. And thank you very much for accepting to join the public service internship program. We will be taking questions and answers at a later time. And thank you very much. I hand over to the program director.
Thank you very much, Joan. Excellent presentation. And once again, I want us to appreciate Joan. Interns, now you are familiar with the expectations. We are going to behave going forward, and where we have, whenever we have issues, where we will direct them. Our next presenter is our partner and our sponsor, Absa Bank, and I now call upon Ms. Peter Musa is assistant trainer and facilitator. Has been supporting organizations and individuals to achieve high performance by helping them promote emotional intelligence, leadership, communication, financial well-being, peak performance, executive presence, and risk governance and critical process assessment. So Peter will be taking us through so that we can also know how we handle our finances. We are all going to be paid as stipend. And I believe Musa will give us the opportunities that are there for the interns. So Peter, the floor is yours. The next 30 minutes, you can engage them. So welcome on board. Thank you.
Thanks. So I take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of the Commissioner Secretary, that's the CEO, Simon Rotich, distinguished commissioners, other fellow guests, our special guests, the interns, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. I also want to take this opportunity to introduce my colleagues just quickly, then we move into the session. Colleagues with me, we have Leah Kidara. You can see her hand up there. We have Lydia Kiende. And I also have my colleague who shall be sharing the podium, Bishari Al, with me. Thank you so much. I hope you can see the presentation. Joanne, you can mute and confirm whether you can see it. Thanks. I'm told it is there. So we shall start this personal financial management, and the design of this program is to help our interns as they pick on the journey in life around earning salary, making money. How else can they utilize this position for a better living in their lives in future? And that's the big agenda that the government has put in through the Public Service Commission and our partnership with you guys to ensure that this personal financial management is inculcated in the youth we have today to ensure they live a fortified life. In terms of objectives, we are looking at the calls and that influence a glorious destiny. There is a book that talks about rich is glorious. So we want to look at how can this youth be able to set up the goals that will influence that glorious destiny. What does the budget mean to an individual, an organization, and entity? We are also looking at what lessons have you learned as a youth up to where you are today when it relates to money and life. We shall also discuss something slightly around the 21st century individuals and the things that happens within their life span. And then talk about the multiplier shift where we talk, where it is moving from the welfare to faring on well through the multiplier effect. So why is this course important now? We are coming from a background of people we have seen, organizations we have seen have had good employees, but then employees leave the organizations and they have nothing to reflect on in terms of their life. So from just a financial stress perspective, you need to examine yourself as a youth. What is your attitude towards money? What do you feel when you have money? Or when you hear about the concept of money, what goes in your mind? Because you need to have a great mind shift here from the attitude in terms of how you handle money, in terms of how you use it, and in terms of how you want it to bounce back into your pockets as an income. So the attitude is a key issue here that is affecting the youth. And I saw one of the presenters, he went deep. He used a lot of portraits and he went deep in those sessions. And I believe you captured something there. Impulse purchases, what does it mean and how does it affect your savings? How does it affect your investment when you just go purchasing items that you have not planned for? Careless spending in terms of confusing wants and needs. Even if you look at the government today, it has the 4 big agenda. And then the same thing thrown back to you as an individual. You also need to differentiate what are you working on, the basic needs, what are they in your life, so that more is taken in investment to meet the needs rather than just going for the ones which are short and very high spenders. Then high premiums on unregulated money lenders. Today, you will find on the net, there are so many guys willing to lend us through the phone. You just need to register and get that money. But what is the price around doing that? What is the opportunity cost in going for that money at that huge interest rate as opposed to saving and actually graduating in the steps of fulfilling what you want? We have social pollution, and I'll still borrow back to the presenter who even showed us some bottles in the bar somewhere. You see, that is part of social pollution, and it questions around broken relationship can happen, can lead to that. You are brought up in a family where only one parent took care of you. You feel life has not been on your side. That's part of social pollution. Then you enter into groups that then surrounds you and they take you to areas that you are avoidable in your life. You spend this precious money that is coming into your hands through that social pollution, and you find you are losing it. So multiple partners also are there. They are happy to spend from you. You have had stories that when farmers are harvesting wheat in Narok and there is also bonus in Mount Kenya, there is a population that moves those sides to enjoy that loot. That's part of social pollution, which we need to avoid at your level as at this time. If you look at lifestyle choices, what exactly do you want in life? Where do you want to live? Are you looking for that space because you deserve it? Or are you looking at it because you have a push from an external force that's affecting you? grooming in terms of even managing your wardrobe. How many items around grooming do you want to have to feel that you have everything that you desire in life? How is your health? And what are you eating, for example? You know, you find you can eat a lot, then you gain more weight. To reduce the same weight, you have to pay for it through the gyms. Is that a fair cost you want to pay the gym to help you reduce on the input you are putting in yourself? It's a big question that we need to be asking ourselves, and then consider, why should we just have a very nutritious life? Then the society influences, where you come from. How do they view you when now you have got a job that is going to run you for a year? What are the expectations around you, and how are you going to manage them? If you are a young man and you want to get married today, especially now that you are in the Public Service Commission, and maybe you are lucky from outside, people say when you are in the procurement area, you have access to funds. How will your family look at it? How will your other family look at it where you're getting married from? So it has an influence, and that's why we really need to see how we control ourselves in terms of even our own personal stature. Religion, you need to carefully consider religion in terms of the offerings, what you want to do with religion, so that you are not also condemned in terms of religion. We have seen that those cases in Kenya. It's not a new thing. You just have to carefully examine where you want to belong. Poor time management is also a key point of stress. If you cannot manage your time, how will you even manage your money? That's a big issue there. Denial to face reality, guys. If you don't have, you don't have. Accept that and be bold enough to tell somebody, I don't have the cash you are looking for. Yes, I'm employed for now, but I don't have that cash you are looking for. And another key killer around causes of financial stress is when you are highly dependent on a single salary. That's a big issue. So a single salary meeting all your needs. You want also to do developments from that single salary. It becomes an issue. And that's why apps are now, in terms of bringing possibilities to life, we share this information with our clients, our partners like Public Service Commission, to ensure at an early age, where from the statistics I had, 20 million Kenyans are youth. And that speaks to how strong a nation you can be from that particular market if you build your financial foundation strong to support you into the future. There is spending cycles that is very clear with or synonymous with the majority of salaried people. Am I saying the salaried people have no problem on pay time? They eat very well. They don't question the price. They don't even look at the price list. They enjoy what they want as at that time. But give them the next day when they start now meeting the bills around electricity, around rent, then the reality phase kicks in. So you find from even an eating habit, when people have time, they eat the ribs, that section of the ribs on the goat. They are very quick to be time conscious, to ensure they are served in time. That's where they feel customer experience is key. But when now post-pay period, when they are living now in a period of borrowing, life changes again. You find now at this time, people are choosing to go for eggs, chicken eggs. They eat at that level. But at pay time, they were eating the real chicken. But here now they are eating the eggs, the product of the chicken. Then if you move to the life cycle, the third one, the borrowed cash. Now you're spending the borrowed cash. Here, even now, you cannot afford to eat even the egg. So you enjoy Kideri. You now manipulate the whole system. You enjoy the stuff that the chicken was enjoying on before you slaughtered on payday. So it is important that we look at this cycle in a very serious way. How do you want to spend your money? Do you want to budget for them before payday, or you want to budget when you have eaten the money? These spending cycles speak a lot to salaried people as well. if you don't take serious these issues, you end up now being in a rat race. In a rat race, what it means, here is the intern who has been offered a job with the Public Service Commission, but now he has sufficient creditors around him. They are chasing him to recover the money. Where will you have even the energy to work, the motivation, the desire to work? You are already tired, you are already confused in terms of your creditors chasing you. Let's avoid this rat race by just ensuring we get it right from the start. And so what does this mean? That our planned and unplanned expenses will always grow to meet our income unless we protest against it. And remember, guys, there is some amount you have been living on without the job you are getting today. But you will find when this money comes in, you are going to change your lifestyle to meet, so that the lifestyle now meets with the new income at equilibrium. We really need to avoid that scenario until we have some savings. And this question now leads us to, where do you want to do? Or how do you want to get there to the best position? One key thing is execution. Guys, you need to be having a discipline. You discipline yourself in terms of getting things done. Getting the lessons you are learning today from all the presenters is now the execution that will test how better you have understood this. Setting the goals is very key. Your goals must speak to what you want and how you want it. The how is about behaviors. Let's change the behavior. If you have been having a behavior of partying all the time, you need to start moving toward thinking around the future that you want to live and the legacy you want to leave behind. So we shall get into knowing something about personal budget. You need to start budgeting. We have an Excel template that you need to put in place that tells you, these are my sources of income. This is how I spend this income. And before that, the first thing you must do whenever you get this salary, please pay yourself. Pay yourself. Have a percentage that you pay yourself, and that goes to the savings. Have a percentage on consumption, and a big keen on consumption to ensure the heavy items you spend on. Think around how do you reduce those consumption, because that's something you are burning, you will never recover it. Then as you save, also have a percentage around that cash in terms of investment. What is going to go to the investment, and which investment are you looking for? And I'll give you an example here. With the money, guys, you are going to get, you can actually do poultry farming. You can lay chicken, you can have eggs, you can sell. And pursue that line to ensure that it's perfected before you start on another one. The same thing around the money you are being given. You can actually carry out some farming and you can succeed. Remember to pay yourself. Remember to have a portion on investment. Remember to have a slight lower portion also on consumption. If you are alone, why do you want to two-bedroom the house? Those are questions you need to ask yourself and be brutally honest to your heart. In terms of debt control versus return on investment, we need to reduce our debts and now move into looking at return on investment. If you borrowed the money, where is the return on investment? It must come out. You need, guys, to employ self-control. You need to have self-control over the things that dip in your wallet. Self-control is a discipline. You have to discipline yourself to do that, to avoid some behaviors that lead you to spending unwisely and engage the behaviors that helps you spend wisely. And when you have set goals, the second last bullet there talks about putting in place what we call predictive performance measures or indicators. In some language, they will be called lead indicators. At what point will you know you are succeeding in life? There should be a measure that is giving you. If you have asked yourself now, maybe you are within the age of 25 to 35, that's where lifetime commitments are starting. Earnings could cease anytime. Retrenchment might come up. at what stage will you want to say now, at this responsibility age of commitment, I have attained the objectives? You must ruthlessly follow through the execution discipline to ensure all your goals that you have set up are being materialized. And you must have indicators that tell you this is what is happening. Like one of our presenters talked about, according to the population census, that is an indicator that shows us where we are moving in terms of population. But now in terms of goals, you need to have an indicator as well. Expert opinion. There are areas you will require an expert to discuss with you. Don't look at that money as little money. That is a lot of money. Remember, you are not having it in the first place. So now you are going to have it. It's a lot of money that you need to convert into useful actions. What do you own today? Look at money, the money in cash, personal use assets, invested assets, liabilities, and there's a question mark on liabilities. We need to run away from unnecessary liabilities and then create a net worth. If something was to happen today, what do you have? That's what this is giving you, and it's like setting up a balance sheet for yourself, to relook at yourself into the mirror and just know who are you. How do we move forward to close this gap? And remember, by the age of 35, for those who are here and you're already 35 and above, you need to be living in your house. You need to have a home. For those who are above 35 to 55, you need to have a home. And that speaks to another discipline, a behavior. There are things when you want to own them in life, you must consider the impact. If you want to own a car today and you are living in a house, not a home, is it a wise spend? How do you feel parking your vehicle worth millions at an apartment, at a rented apartment? How do you feel? How do you reevaluate yourself? And at times you even get late to pay the rent. Is that a wise spending? Then we ask ourselves hard questions to answer. So you need to know, what must you keep doing and continue keeping those things that increase your position. What must I increase doing today? What must I start doing now? Start budgeting, start knowing how much you're spending, start knowing what is eating your money, and start doing it now. There are areas of investment. Remember also, when you start getting some money, there will be guys who will come with a lot of information to share with you, but remember, there are also fraudsters involved. So in terms of what you're saying, there are shares, business farming, those are for high risk returns. You can spend in those areas. Then we have moderate risk returns, like treasury bonds, properties, real estate. You can also consider those areas. I'm not going deep, but we are available. That's why we shall give our numbers. You can call any one of us. We give you deep understanding in these particular areas. Low risk areas where you are risk averse. You want just to keep your money in the bank account earning nothing. That's not a good way to do savings. And the rules, as I usher in my facilitator, start to increase your savings. If you have not been saving, start it now. Control your expenditure. We have talked about that. Make your money multiply. Be an employer to a family somewhere. Guard your money from loss. And always engage in profitable investment that can bring you an extra coin into the pocket. Ensure future income and increase your ability to earn. So that is a very loaded statement, but remember, no pain, no gain. We need to organize ourselves now, or we organize ourselves later and start giving history. So at that point, I'll just switch the seat and have my colleague take on the next part of the presentation we have today. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll just go to the next phase.
Yeah, You'll do it in 3 minutes.
Yes, we'll do that within 5 minutes. Thank you. So I'll just be able to take us through the second phase and the last one, which is very important. And my colleague has just talked about the financial planning bit. And I know this is a very interesting aspect that I'm sure we could be able to cover the whole day. But we are available and as a trusted partner, and that's why we're working closely with the PSC. We are all available, and any of you can be able to visit any of our branches, and you'll be able to learn a lot from that particular area. So as you begin the journey that you're starting as interns, it's very important that one of the expectations is at the end of this month you'll be able to earn some salary, and to say the truth, that is a motivation for you as an employee or as an intern with the Public Service Commission. So the other question then, so where you need some experience, it's not just about a bank, it's about where do you get the best value for the money, yeah, for where you're putting your salary to. And that's why we are saying as a bank, we are partnering with the PSC, and we are saying we have a proposition for you as interns. And to give you the comfort, we've, even in the previous cohorts, the previous ones that have been there, we've had the opportunity to be able to encourage all the interns to be able to open accounts with us. And the testimony is there. I mean, the experience has been good. And that is what we also want to translate to you, the new interns, so that you can be able to benefit. So we have a new product that we are calling ABSA One account. And so this account is one of the best accounts that we feel would be able to benefit you as interns. So it has quite a number of features. One of them being, of course, you with the current salary that you're going to get, you would want to, as much as possible, have a good share of that amount. One, to be able to do some savings for yourself, and the other thing, just to be able to cater for your immediate needs. So this particular account is called ABSA One account. It does not have a monthly fee. Number two, there's no minimum balance that you expected. I'm sure you'll be able to, you've heard of that, where in some banks or in some different accounts where there's some expected minimum amounts that needs to be put in there. So for this particular one, we are saying you can take everything from your account. So there's no minimum balance. The other benefit is that as you walk into the branches, I know a good number of you have already opened accounts with us. And that's why this session is very important, so that you can just be able to understand what is the next thing for you, even as you visit some of the branches. So one of the benefits is that you'll be able to get the debit cards. And we do this as you walk into the branch. You'll be given the debit card and the PIN there at the branch. So to give you the comfort, all the branches in the country are aware that, we'll be expecting you as our guest into our branches. So feel free to walk to any of our branches within the country. We are actually represented in all the counties in the country. And if you're in Nairobi here, we have quite more than almost 20 branches within Nairobi, where you can quickly walk in and be able to get the service. And they are ready, actually waiting for you. So yours is just to make that move. So we'll process the salary same day. That's the commitment we are giving to you. Why? Because we already have a special arrangement with the PSC, and that is going to be facilitated. You don't want to work very hard throughout the month, then your salary is not coming in when you expect. The other thing is that there'll be checkbooks that will be available. So you basically just walk in there, you press, there'll be a request. So as you do opening the account, we'll give you the ATM card there. We'll sign you up on digital banking. So we'll ensure that you are on mobile banking and internet banking, and also the checkbook you'll be able to fill in there. So one of the other benefits is that every time you're transacting from that particular account, there'll be an SMS alert. So that again helps you to manage your financial affairs. And more importantly, as you walk into the branches, which we encourage you to do, is that as you open this ABSA One account, just walk in there and mention to them that you need ABSA One account, but tell them you also need a savings account. This is a free account that is attached, or it's linked to that particular account. And the benefit is, my colleague actually just mentioned, because you don't just want to work and you're not saving. So as you work on your budget, then some savings you need to do, and put that money into that Zidisha savings account. And from the experience that I've already seen from the branch already, the previous guys who are there, some of the money that they had put in there, many years after that, or many months after that, then they go back to that and they can be able to use it for their own. So those are good disciplines that you can be able to give yourself. So we have that opportunity to be able to open for you a savings account. So the other tariffs, in terms of the charges, of course, we are now in the digital era. So we are basically saying, I mean, even if you're in Capedo or you say you're in Madeira or wherever it is, with the new norm, especially from what we've seen with the COVID, I mean, every business and every people are now going digital. So, I mean, it's not an exception even to all of you in this new era that you can be able to transact on digital. So ideally, you don't need even to visit any of the branches, but you can just go there to feel the ambience once in a while. But more importantly, the other charges, of course, the normal tariff when you're doing an M-Pesa to M-Pesa. The other day, the government had given, you know, an option of a waiver and all that kind of a thing. But out of that, then of course, there's a normal charge that you can just be able to do when you're doing, say, a Pesa link, when you're doing an RTGS to another bank and that kind of a stuff. So that is basically the product that we are offering you. Remember, this is a journey that you are beginning as an intern. So as we speak right now, walk into the branch, open this account, it's called ABSA One, but with the years that is coming later on, I mean, you'll be able to upgrade yourself to all the other features that I'm talking about there. There's something called the Ultimate. Over time, you'll be able to go to Prestige. With time, you'll be able to go to Premium. Those are our high end, and that's the aspiration, I'm sure, of every Kenyan, and you as intern is not an exception. So that is where you can be able to head in the future. And we are saying this is a journey. So you work with us. We have a slogan that is called easier, faster, and better as a slogan in terms of customer service. I know some of you already have accounts, say, with other banks. So the commitment we want to give you, I'm sure, and you are even worried. So I already have an account and probably have given out to the employer. So what happens? So the arrangement we have is that we are saying, you open this particular account, then leave the rest of the work with us. So we will be able to provide those account numbers to your employer, and before the end of the month, you will all have your salaries in that particular account. So there will be no other requirement that will be required of you. Yours is just walk in there. Our staff are waiting for you. Just open the account. The rest of the things, it's us to be able to submit. Of course, you will get an alert that your account number has been opened. It's our duty to be able to submit those account numbers to the employer. And trust you, just to give you the confidence, end of the month, you'll be able to get your salary just like the rest of the other people. What are the requirements? Just to finish up, you will just be required just to work with your ID and a copy of the KRA PIN number. The photos will be taken from the branch, and the account is open as you sit in there. So that just tells you in terms of the convenience and in terms of the experience that you'll be able to get from our branch. So with those many remarks, mine is just to encourage you, make that effort just to be able to walk to our branch. We are actually waiting for you people. For the ones who have already opened our accounts, which you are a good number of you, and I really want to appreciate you, because you went ahead to get the account even without this proper update. And we are ready to be able to, we'll be at service to be able to, to guide you. And there are many, many, many other investment options, just like what my colleague has talked about. So we will be happy to partner with you and just to be able to take you in this new journey that you begin. Your previous interns who've been there, they benefited a lot. So it's also an opportunity for you to be able to journey with us as your bank and a trusted partner. And that's the reason why even PSC is working with us. It basically means that there's a confidence and that you are in safe hands. So thank you so much. And I really appreciate what the Commission has done just to be able to allow us take this time and just to be able to, it's a great honor and we don't take it for granted. And we'll be happy to continue with this particular journey. Thank you so much.
Our partner, in this journey, the interns, now you are empowered to do next. Believe you do what it takes to have your accounts open. And I want us to appreciate ABSA, just like the rest. Thank you very much. And now we want to move to a short session of questions and answers. We have received a few questions, and we will be responding to some of the questions. And since we can't answer all of them, you can send the questions to us, and we will continue answering the questions and holding your hand as we move forward. But as we attempt to answer the questions, I can see most of us were opted out of the program. They were not able to join the webinar, and they're asking how they can get what we have done today. And Public Service Commission will provide a recording of what has been done. We will use the same mode that we used to reach you out in terms of giving you your appointment letter. So in terms of all those who missed, you haven't lost much because we will be able to share what we have done today with you. The other question I have seen is whereby interns are requesting for deployment in different areas. And as a commission, we want to say we have tried very much to match the needs of the MDAs. Like Director Joan took us through, we normally get areas of need from the MDAs, and we match them with the skills. So we have tried as much as possible matching with the needs of the MDAs, but nevertheless, where there are issues of mismatch, we will see how we can review where possible, and where you are told it's not possible, kindly try to run as much as possible from where you are. At this point, perhaps I hand over to Joan to answer the other questions, and I also request that we read the internship guidelines. The internship period is for 12 months, and it is actually not renewable, so that we can be able to give as many interns or as many youth an opportunity to enhance their employability. So kindly visit our website and read the internship guidelines, but if you still feel some questions are not answered, reach out to us and we'll respond to them. Director Joan.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll attempt to answer to the questions that were sent to our chat earlier. As the Deputy Commission Secretary has said, we will continue responding and send to you on what is coming in right now. She's already responded to your questions on the induction. However, we are expecting that more induction shall be undertaken in the MDAs. For the specific issues relating to the different MDAs, we expect that they will take you through a proper induction program. And as a commission, we are always available to chip in where necessary. One of the interns has asked that she be redeployed to another place because of mismatch. Again, we can review that, but we don't encourage a lot of reviews because we expect that we have analyzed your requirements against those of the MDAs. There is the question of our exchange. If we have an exchange program with the IYF, I'm sure that SIM is online, and we can give you an opportunity to respond to that. However, we have an MOU with the International Youth Fellowship, and we are continually engaging on many of the opportunities that are available for our interns. We will be communicating on the same. If you have a personal request, we can still forward to the International Youth Fellowship to address that as much as they are able to do it. On the areas where you want to be retained, the internship program is a one-year program, but we are continually looking forward to engaging some of you in the public service. There has been a good demand for your skills in the public service, and as much as possible as government opens up and as we get opportunities, we place some and not all as capacity arises. Thank you very much. I think those of you who can raise your hands and we take the question. I also feel like IYF can respond to the question that has been asked if they are online. I also want to encourage you that as Barclays, as ABSA have said, we are in partnership with them and we encourage you to open the account with them. We confirm that they are paying the stipend even when we have delayed in releasing the funding to the banks. So they are our trusted partner, and we encourage you to do the same by opening accounts with them. We are easier in managing your stipends through the Barclays account, the ABSA account. I'm sorry we don't have Barclays, we have the ABSA account. And we encourage you to also do some savings, because that is one of the aspects that we want our youth to learn. Something that you can take away from this induction program is a savings, and they have a good product on the sale. Thank you very much.
I don't know whether there is any other question. I think, like we have said, we will continue answering the questions. You know where to post them, and we will write with our partners and our presenters to be able to answer any other questions that may arise. And at this juncture, I want, in the absence of further questions, other questions, I think it is my honor now to hand over the session to Commissioner Dr. Mary Muyandi for our final closing remarks. Yes, that's what I'll do at this point. So, Commissioner,
thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Jane, and all of us here. We have almost come to the end of the induction session. And before I give my last word on this, it's actually not the last. We are going to keep the conversation on. If there's any need, very serious need for another induction, we would ask the interns to do that chat. If there will be that need, we have no problem. We can organize another one for those who do not register today. So, Joan, you're going to help with that. So, my dear interns, it has been an exciting morning, and this is the afternoon to talk with you about what it is that we expect you to do, what colors we expect from the ministries and agencies where you are posted. But the ball is literally in your court. You've been given an opportunity, a rare opportunity to prove yourself, and it is that you must do between now and the next 12 months. We've been with the internship since 2019, and we've received very good response from the interns. Some have gotten their jobs, and what we hear from MDAs is that they are simply very good. We have also been keen to hear what other people have said about getting their letter and the posting this last 1 week. One lady, who shall remain nameless, posted a photograph, beautiful photograph of herself. And these are the words she used on it. My first day at work in the protocol office, Foreign Affairs. That smile talked about the future, talked about the promise that the internship has. Another one, who shall also remain nameless, when she got the letter, she came to my office and all she did was to hang on that envelope and said, "This is my life." Those are beautiful words. The reason I'm quoting this is so that you can see the magnitude of what you already have in your hands. Of the 30,000 or so who applied to be in the last number of 2484, you must be lucky. My daughter, who shall also remain nameless, but some of you know, she has posted something called, she says, the 20s is not the time to chill. You cannot chill. You cannot do nothing at your young age. I'm a historian, and I want to throw one history to you. I want you to look at, or go to your social media, whatever it is, Google for Thomas Boyer, Tom Boyer, as he was called. Like Jesus, he died when he was very young, at 39, just like many others before him. King of America did so. Jesus died at age 33, having done so much. The influence is still here. Being young is not an excuse not to do great things. Tom Boyer, in his 20s, he was busy looking for scholarships for Kenyans, the so-called the Tom Boyer airlift. Look for that, so that you will see at your age, you have so much to offer. And I've also listened to our presenters, and they have said serving in the public service is service to mankind. This is not where money is. This is where service is at its best. You are going to be the face of government. Please present the best face you have. The government needs a beautiful, handsome face. And this face is not just the creation, it is all the attributes of a good public servant. Being a responsible youth is the greatest thing you can ever be. It is in that responsibility that your future holds. And it is that future that your promise is. Simply said, the promise of your future is in your hands. Do not squander this rare opportunity. Having said this, the bank, the answer, the best way we can put it is that we need to distinguish needs from wants. The 25,000 that you are going to get can be enough to run the whole month and still safe, but can also last one day, depending on how we do it. But remember, if you don't keep it all the way to the end of the month, you may never be able to go to office, and the consequences are dire. Now, what do we expect from all this? Being the employer of government, there are many things that we are going to get from your experience. One, the column, or as you write and apply for jobs, when you are asked about experience, if I were you, the first big sentence would be that I have been an intern with the Public Service Commission. And you know what? You have evidence to that. You have a letter from where you've been working that you completed, And from the Public Service Commission, you have a certificate. That will save you where others will think. As you apply for jobs, because it's important for us to know it now, never be shy to say what you've been in your past. The good part of it. Please don't say you are drunk. The good part of yourself. If you've been a head boy of Alliance High School, please say it, because this is where we see leadership. If you've been in a bank and you have worked very well, please say it. It is part of your experience. The other day, we were looking for somebody to go and work in the Girl Guides headquarters. And guess what? We had to mine in the 30,000 applications to see 2 people who said, I worked in the Girl Guides headquarters something during my school days. Another one said, I have been a Girl Guide all my life. You know what? Those ones got the internship like that. So my advice to the young, you are young because I'm old, it's relative, is to always present your best self and don't be mean with the information. It is from the information you provide that makes it easier for those who are selecting to select you or bypass you. Some of us are too tired to even say when we were born. But I'm looking for people between 18 and 35. So when somebody says I was born in 2002, I will think you are 18 years old, and therefore you cannot be trusted in a government office. When you avoid it, the machine takes it on for you. So what we are going to do with ourselves is that we are going to give our best in these 12 months we have. Let those who are supervising you one time say, I cannot release Mere Moyandi because Mere Moyandi is the life and soul of this department. Some of you have what some of us don't have, the IT. Can you change, can you help, improve the service by use of that knowledge you have? This is how we retain some, others will not have a place because they will provide the old age knowledge, the one Mere Moyadi has. You are the energy that we require in the public service. Now, as we close, I want to wish you very well in this year that you've begun as an intern. I'm sure some of you along the way will get jobs. I know some of you are asking, will you get all the jobs when we finish? It's no guarantee. But this, to me, getting the skills, getting this opportunity is, by the very start, a foot into a job in the future. And this future, some of you, the future could be 6 months from now, depending on how well we do things. The other thing that I may want to give you is always try to apply for jobs when they come up in the public service. Nobody will get you from anywhere else. So, and tell us who you are and why we should pick you as the best, because you still are the best. For the feedback and inquiries, I hope you have a pen somewhere and we shall post this one in our website. You can send us an email by psck@publicservice, as one word, .go.ke. I'll repeat, email to psck at publicservice.go.ke. You can also reach us by Twitter, or you people call it Twitter, at PSC Kenya. You can also reach us by Facebook, Public Service Commission of Kenya. And since we are all IT, you can also YouTube, Public Service Kenya. And on all these, we shall be able to post the recording on our YouTube channel at some point from now on. So with those many few remarks, I want to wish you the very best. Want to wish you Godspeed. I want you to ride high and with integrity as you become our third cohort of interns by the Public Service Commission. Make the path smooth for the fourth cohort by how you behave in this one. Make Parliament feel good so that they can increase the stipend and the amount that we need to get more of your cousins, sisters, and brothers. Wishing you well, and since I'm a grandmother, I've always said, from grandmother to you all, my best wishes. All the best. Oh, they are prayer. We're done. All the best. You may now quit the station and enjoy your day. Thank you.